the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. You cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the 3rd day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, we're going to 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem, I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said, it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually say. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hilux again. And then I had to sit and then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hilux, and then the guys would sit around the hilux. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hilux again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hilux and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty. There was no food. There was no water. The weather was... The sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really... there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. that this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. You know, I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home, and I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And you know, the Hilux, the speed at which the Hilux was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the Hilux and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them, and if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages we didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this problem, this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not. The very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it and they were like, no, we need to tell them. It's either they change the way they are doing this food or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it. I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throats from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct, and we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said, doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you are going to, you will have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this boat that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, we now see them begging that please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies will take turns to pee. which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that had stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. And I was just crying, as in, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. The head was actually bleeding at that point. And at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and he went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what is going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. He said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I that was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours, you won't be able to breathe, you can practically feel life leaving you, you're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wish to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did, seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally we have gotten to our destination. So what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me, because already I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in the connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there, and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But it's very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere, that if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me, because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. 2 of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said they were searching. Maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. And then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier the better for you. I bluntly refused because that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt that I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the 3rd day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she know they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was, and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I'd rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Marshe, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. Said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by, and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she'll be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, If it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down, and all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. So you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But he felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the connection house, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat hell, everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me. So I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart. And this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars. And all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband is fighting for you, this, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says "No right turn on red," then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop for pedestrians who've begun crossing the road. Once a pedestrian has begun crossing the road, they have the right of way. You should also stop for pedestrians waiting to cross at crosswalks that aren't controlled by a traffic light. Yield to oncoming traffic if you're entering a main road.
Hello, welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. Today, the conversation will bring in a very dear friend and brother of mine, someone with whom we go back many, many, many decades. He is into our line of work. By that, I don't mean he appears on TV or radio, but what he does really brings to your screen, in many ways, stuff that will touch your heart. He's the founder and managing director of IBST Limited. It's a company that's into media and TV production right here in Lagos. I want to welcome Remy Ogunpitan to Timeless Conversation.
Thank you very much, Lekon. Yes. Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure that you came. I know how busy you can be. Now, Remy, one first question I want to ask you is this. You have a very strong Ijebu background. You also have a UK background, plus your Nigerian background. Tell me who Remy Ogunpitan is.
I don't know. I think I'm a mix of various things. You know, I think our experiences in life and our exposure, the places we live, the schools we go to, the friends that we make, and all these potpourri of experiences make us who we are. But I went to school in England. I left Nigeria when I was 5. My father was a politician. And during that period, he decided to go to England with his wife to pursue his accountancy qualifications. And he took his wife along. We were young. And they left us behind in Lagos, myself, my sister, Yetunde, and my brother, Ladipo. Yetunde and I were living with the Adelajas at CMS Grammar School
compound.
Yeah, Mrs. Adelaja is the senior sister to my mother. And Ladipo was staying in Ibadan with my mother's junior sister. When they settled in England, they sent for us. I was about 5 or 6. Yetunde that's my junior sister, was about 5. We went to join them. And we were with them there for many, many years. We went to school, went to university, started work. My father qualified, worked in various companies and organizations, and at a period in time, he decided that he was coming back to Nigeria. And he decided to come and work with the company he was working with in the UK then, and they brought him back, and he was in Kano.
What company was that?
That Raleigh Bicycles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And he rose to become the managing director of Raleigh Bicycles. They came back with Yetunde. I stayed in the UK. I was then, by the time they came back, I had left school, I had left university. I was in the British Army. And I spent some time in the British Army, in the Ordnance Corps. Wow. And that was where I got the love for video communications and all of those kind of things, apart from the fact that I was a sportsman. So those were the two things I was doing. And when I left the army, I spent 3 years there, came out of the army, and I was looking at what to do. And I realized that in all this period that my parents had left me. My sister had left me, and here I was in England. And by that time, I spent like 16, 17 years in the UK. I'd never been to Nigeria during that period.
That explains your Yoruba.
Yes. So, why I don't speak Yoruba well, and why you love to hear me speaking Yoruba and like to laugh at me. It's okay, I understand. And
yes, now.
Yeah, and all my friends who are Yoruba love laughing at me and give me funny looks, but it's okay, I'm used to that too. So I decided I was going to come back and visit my parents and come and see what Nigeria was like. And I came, bought a ticket, and went to Kano. And I want to tell you a funny story, because when I was coming back to Nigeria to visit, I decided I was going to look, amazing, that when I arrived at the airport, everybody must know that, this guy just landed from England, and that there was going to be everything was going to be there. I'll just pick up the phone. I'll go to the public telephone. I'll call my mom. I said, guess what? Because it was meant to be a surprise. I'm in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And all of that. So that's what I did. And I landed at Kano Airport. And I asked them, I said, please, I need a public telephone to call my parents. This is like 1980. And the guys were all looking at me. Who is this guy? public telephone. What? And I didn't have the address where they were living. All I knew as of that time was my father was the financial director of Rally Bicycles. That's all I knew. When I landed in Kano, so I came out with my stuff. I called a taxi driver and I said, look, this is where I'm going. I want to go and look for this man. I want to go to the factory. And it was funny because that was the same man when my parents arrived in Nigeria.
The same man?
Yes, that took them to their home in Alu Avenue.
In Kano?
Yes. So the man said, don't worry. I know who you are. I know where they live. And then he took me straight there. Of course, my father at that time wasn't back from work. He had gone to pick up my mother, who then was teaching, and there was no lights.
Culture shock.
No light. So he dropped me. He said I shouldn't worry about the money, that I will come back and collect the money. And I sat there for 2-3 hours in darkness, waiting for my parents to arrive. They drove in with their 504 Peugeot. They turned the light. They just saw me like this. They just ran out of the car. So, and I was in the north. I worked for some time in the north. I'm very familiar with the north. I worked in Kano. I worked in Zaria. I worked in Kaduna. I used to play rugby. We used to travel around together. I have a lot of amazing friends that I made in the north. When I came back to Nigeria, that period, it was peaceful. There was cohesion. There wasn't a lot of all this religious, all of that. It didn't exist. The only thing that I witnessed during that period that was anything like that was the Maitasini riots.
That was in 1980 or 81.
That was the only thing. But Igbos, Yorubas, Hausa people, we mixed together. It didn't matter whether you had money or you didn't have money. We were all one. There was nobody, So that was good. So that is where you get that mix of Ijebu, where that is my origins.
Yes.
My mother is from. She always used to tease my father when he used to misbehave. That look, don't talk to me anyhow. I'm from a royal family. My father is the Daguri of Idowa. So my mother was from a royal family.
But Idowa is also Ijebu now.
Yeah, Ijebu, yes. And my father too. You tell her that look, my father was one of the richest men in Ijebu. And that's how they used to banter. And I just used to laugh. But that's my Ijebu origin.
Yes.
That's my Oyibo UK origin.
UK origin.
To Nigeria, where I've been
since 1980.
Yes.
You see, I was going to ask you the question, but you alluded to it, so I'll just expand it now. But what attracted you to media and TV production? You said it started from the UK,
when I was in the army. Yes. Yeah. We used to make, in those days, making career films, training films was a big thing. And I wasn't really doing that, but I was working in the department that used to do that, more like a production secretary.
Yeah, okay.
And I liked it, and I got interested in it. And when I applied to go to uni, which was Leeds University, to study film and television, it was the army that actually.
Okay, so it was like a hop, step, and jump thing for you.
Yes, and I got into it. Then when I finished, I worked a bit in the UK. CBS Records.
Okay.
So I was doing what they call new release coordination, which is a big name for a runt job. And it was during that period of doing that job I decided to come back. And and that's when I started getting into TV production. I went back to Unilag, I did Masscom again. I met Jimmy Odumosu, worked on some of his projects, Fiery Force, and that was how I started getting into the industry.
Yeah. But you must have seen something that made you say, this is the line I was going to stay with.
It was, some things are fortuitous in the sense that it's destiny. You know, I went through a lot of different things. I worked with, when I finished at Unilab, Jimmy Odumosu was doing a project then called Fiery Force.
Very fast, yes, I remember that.
And I ended up being the production manager on that.
Yeah.
And I've met a whole lot of people. That was where I met doing Jaisini and quite a lot of other people.
Doing is my cousin.
Yeah, and doing Jaisini played a significant role in my life. Yes, because things were not easy then. My father was a bit of the disciplinarian. The way you make your bed is the way you lie in it, and at times we just leave you to sort yourself out.
Yeah.
And doing after school, Doing took me in, and I lived with him and his wife Lucy.
Yeah, listen, yeah.
You know, and I was with Doing for almost a year. And if you you might not remember, but the commercial that we did together,
Yeah, I remember we
the
did a
Sheraton
commercial.
Hotel,
Yes.
it was Doing
Okay.
that took me to you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you see, life,
That's true. That's true. That's
circle
true.
of life, and that
Yes,
was all coming.
yes,
Doing,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
and,
Doing is my cousin, like I said.
Doing
So
was at LTVA. So
Yes.
let's go to Lekonka and
yes, can do this for you.
yes, that was, so I went through that phase. I went through that phase of with Doing, thinking that we were going to start an amazing TV production company doing commercials. We did that commercial and then didn't get another commercial
For a while.
for
A
a
long
long
while.
time. So I had to go back and look for work.
For work, okay.
And that was when I now ran into Doing Osasoni Adun.
Okay.
And I
Yes.
started working at DBN.
At DBN.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes. That's true.
In fact, the interview for that job was myself and Sheye Kehinde.
Really?
Yes. Sheye Kehinde looked dapper that day. If you see the suits that he wore, the shoes,
Yeah.
I said, lie, I cannot get this job with this guy looking like this. But we did that interview together. I think he had just come back from England or something.
England too.
Yes. And I got the job. But I remember it was me and Sheye. We sat down to each other. We sat down next to each other.
Wow.
So I worked with Osa.
Yeah.
Osa was the one that really opened up my eyes.
Good.
He gave me a lot of responsibility. And he gave me a lot of opportunity. I was in charge of production. I was able to travel to around the world. Osa paid for it.
Yeah.
I'll go to NAB. I'll go to IBC.
Yeah.
I'll go to Cannes. All those places. I think he had a lot of faith in me.
Yeah.
And I was also able to challenge him in terms of, intellectually and in terms of vision and direction and everything. And I think he liked that.
Yeah.
Because he had just come back from America and he had set up DBN. He had DAS network and everything.
Yes.
And we got on really well. And also had a lot of arguments. But what was important was that it was somebody that was always able to accommodate and listen. And if you could come with a superior argument, even if he will go with you. So he gave me that opportunity.
Not a lot of employers do
He
that.
gave me that opportunity, and I traveled and I saw and I said, this is it. This is where I want to be. I became passionate about it. I'll read everything. I'll go anything concerning media, broadcast, equipment. I wanted to be there.
You're just like a sponge.
Yes, just taking it all in.
Yeah.
And I worked with him for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the American Embassy came along and offered me an opportunity that I couldn't resist.
What was that opportunity?
They offered me a job at the United States Information Service.
Service, okay.
Yeah, as the audiovisual manager.
Oh, that's on Broad Street,
Those
USIS.
days, yes. When, I think the director then was a guy called Bob Lagama.
Okay.
And the director of communication was Carol Wild. And that was where I met the late Livy Ajunoma.
Yeah, Livia John. Yes.
He worked there.
He worked there.
Yeah,
Yes.
and there was an amazing house guy, Kabir Dangogo.
Okay, yes, I know that.
You know Kabir Dangogo
I know
too?
him,
Yeah.
yes.
So, but what was amazing about it was that was where I really got introduced to technology. Because even as of that time, this would be like about 1987, 86, 87, everything was computerized. And I'd never been exposed to a computer before then.
Computers.
It was a new thing. You know, everybody also start shouting about, I've got a 286, I've got a 386 computer,
Yes,
I've
yes.
got a 486.
Yes.
And that was where I got introduced to computers and technology and everything. And I just soaked it all in. And it was the same time too that I started talking to my cousin,
Wegadilaja.
about, he was then the managing director at a television company called Nationwide
Television, yes, I remember that.
which I think was set up with the late Mike Nauro.
Mike Nahoro, yes. Yes.
And he was also running it with a guy then called Felix Egbanumo.
Yes.
So we started talking, blah, blah, blah. We're interested, can't continue working for people all our lives. This thing, we know it, let's do it. How are we going to do it? We don't have money. We'll talk, we'll see regularly. I was still at the USIS. He was at Tafawa Baliwa.
Tafawa, just next
So we
door.
always see, always talk.
Lunchtime talk.
Yeah, lunchtime, evening, we sit down, drink beer, pepper soup. What are we going to do? So after working there for some time, I was approached by an American called Lloyd Weaver.
Oh, Lloyd Weaver, he died recently.
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes.
That's another of my
Yes.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
He's so resting.
Amen, amen. He was an amazing man.
I get emotional when I think about him.
Yes.
Lloyd approached me. They were setting up a company there called Swift Studios.
Swift before this, after
CDW,
CDW, yes.
After CDW,
Yes.
they set up Swift.
Yes.
There were some Nigerians that came around
That
and
came
gave them money. I don't want to mention their names.
Oh, no. We don't need their names.
They gave them money and they set up Swift Studios. And they asked me to come and work for them as the executive producer.
Okay.
The unfortunate thing though was that during that period, Big and I were already running around trying to see where we can get money, doing proposals, budgets, business plans, and all of that. And as I started that job with them,
That's with Swift.
with Swift, yes, a lot of things started coming through on the other end of
On
things
the other
there.
end, okay.
And we approached Otumba Shubomi Balogun.
I thought you said you didn't want to mention names.
No, I must. These are the ones that are important.
This one must be mentioned.
Yes.
Okay, let me take a break now.
Okay.
We'll come back. So don't forget
Thank
where
you
you
very
are.
much.
We're taking a break now. We'll be back with you shortly. It's still Timeless Conversations, and I'm talking with my friend and brother, Remy Ogunpiton. So you were going to mention names of, or the name of someone who stood by you in that quest.
We approached, when we decided we wanted to set up a production company, we approached Shubomi Balogun, or Otumba Shubomi Balogun, who then, FCMB. But then he had a finance and security firm called City Securities.
Yeah, City Securities, yeah, that's true.
And he believed in the dream, and he gave us money, a lot of money, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds then in 1989.
It was a lot of money.
Yeah, and we took the money, and I think we did well. We set up a company called Solar Productions,
Solar Productions,
which was in Lupeju.
Yes. Down Planning Way.
Yeah, we had people like Olumide Ofere, Mike Afigo, Unwoso, plenty of the big company.
I know all of those guys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know them now.
Yes, now.
Moses Ebere.
Yes,
all
now.
of them. They were all, and we had an amazing business, and we quickly established ourselves in the marketplace and did a lot of work and started to make money. But things fell apart.
How?
It's simple, and I think everybody can relate to it. If a business partnership is a marriage,
Yes.
and this was not even a ordinary business marriage. This was a business marriage of family.
Yeah.
You know, everybody on the board was family.
Yeah.
In fact, City Securities Limited then was represented by Bolaji Balogun. My father was on the board. Mega's father was on the board. But you know, the directors, they're not involved in the day-to-day running.
It's
of
their
things.
running show.
You see, when two people who are meant to act as one have a different vision, the center can never hold.
You can't.
Whether it's in a business, whether it's in a home, whether it's any public institution, whether it's the president and the vice president.
Sure.
Once the vision diverts, it can't hold. And that's basically what happened.
What happened?
And apart from differences also, because division comes because of differences. Differences in approach, differences in ability, differences in skill, differences in the ability to manage funds.
Even in style.
In
or
style,
execution.
everything, yeah. And even differences in terms of who the clients prefer to work with. Maybe they prefer working with this person to this person. And all those things become convoluted. Jealousies come in, all kinds of things come in, and it becomes difficult for the center to hold. So after 5 years, I left. And for quite a period of time, almost like a year, I didn't know what to do. I knew that, I'm going to do work in production. I knew that.
Yeah.
And then I was again, God continues to send people along. And then I was again rescued by two gentlemen called, who then were running an advertising agency called Concept Unit. Larry Awukoya and Kayode Idowu,
Yes.
who basically came to me and said, well, look, we've been working with you for a long time. We like the way you work. Da-di-da-di-da. We've noticed that you're no longer with Bega. What do you want to do? And I said, I want to set up a production company. And they said, fine. They're interested. And they put some money up, a substantial amount of money. And I looked at the whole thing. And of course, you tell your family, look, this is what I want to do now. I want to put money up, I want to start a new business. And I remember my father saying, no way, that you're not going to take their money without any of your own money in there. How much do you have? I told him, he said, no. He said, we're going to match them penny for penny. So that this time around, we have a hold. And that's what we did. So I was able to use some money I had. My father gave me a substantial amount of money and added it to what they put in. And we started Sharp Weisberg Media, Studio 77.
I remember that. I just wanted to hit you a little bit. Your disciplinarian father
Yes.
supported you.
Yes, he did.
I'm underlining it because we'll come back to it.
Yes, he supported me.
Yes.
And that was how we started Sharp Weisberg Media,
Yes.
which I ran for 9 years. And later on, sold my shares to, because by that time, the company had become part of a bigger group called Integrated Marketing Services.
Yeah, I remember that.
Which was, it was used. So by the time I decided I wanted to go on my own 100%, when I sold my shares, it was a juicy bit of money.
Very good.
And with some other businesses that I had done at that time, like the All Africa Games and everything, I started IBST till today.
What does IBST mean?
Integrated Broadcast Services and Technologies.
And technologies, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So congratulations on that roller coaster of a movement. Now, because that's the space you operate in, the production sector of the Nigerian media space appears to be growing, interestingly, at both a fast and slow pace. Fast because technology is moving fast, but slow because of peculiar Nigerian challenges. What do you think can bring us to par with other clients? And by other clients, I mean even other African countries, like South Africa, for instance. What do you think can bring us to par with that?
That's an interesting question because our sector is made up of various and very, 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 very diverse ingredients that make it a whole. If you look at our film sector, everybody will think that it's growing, that we're seeing a lot more of our movies on Netflix.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot more commissioning going on and things like that, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Because that's the perception.
Yes.
In our TV industry, broadcast, terrestrial, cable, OTT, and online, things are not moving so rapidly in terms of revenue.
Yes.
There are revenue challenges there. There are challenges in technology. And if you look at where we are and how broadcasting is done today, a lot of it is still it's all IP based.
Yes.
So we're dealing with issues of technology. We're dealing with issues of how do we improve our quality. And to improve your quality, you need to access revenues. And for revenues to come, you need to have quality. So that one is like, which one, chicken or egg? And then we have what I've talked about before, the movies, which everybody is talking about. You know, the government, Nigeria, daddy, and all of that. The fastest moving sector in Nigeria is all of that. And as I said, it's just a perception.
But they say perception is everything.
Yeah, it's just a perception, because what you have to ask yourself is that, what is it doing to the country as a whole, economically, socially, and all of those things? Is it really having an impact? And for me, I think that we're not really making that impact yet. The challenges are multifarious, but I think a lot of it has to do with the enabling environment, which is one. It has to do with access and education. And then it has also to do with the people who actually are in control of the industry.
Okay.
If we look at a lot of the people that are in control of the industry and have made investments in the industry, the question is, who are they? Where do they come from? You know, what is their stake?
What's their long-term goal?
So all these things, when you add them all together, the position that I have taken is that you can't, if you try to change everything, you can't change it.
Yeah.
One person can't do it.
No way.
So I just figured that the only way to really address this is decide where you want to play. Decide, do I want to play here? Do I want to play here? Or do I want to play defense? Do I want to play midfield? Do I want to play attack? Left or right? Decide where you're going to play. And then carve out a role for yourself. And try to become the best at it. And through that way, also influence people that come into contact with you. Try to create revenues and opportunities in the areas where you can influence. Because, Liko, I'll be honest with you, I get confused a lot about Nigeria and the direction, especially even in our own industry.
Yes.
Because, you know, we can't isolate ourselves from everything that's going on around us. So that worries me. So that question is something that is an ongoing discussion in my mind.
Yes.
And at times, the answers and the solutions change from day to day as the environment and as the equation changes, as it always does.
Yes, it must. It
Yeah,
has
as
to
it always
remain
does.
dynamic.
Yeah, so, you know, you've got to, if you're a computer geek, you'll understand what DHCP means when you're trying to network. DHCP means that it's on a dynamic frequency. So if it goes up, you go up with it. If it comes down, you come down with it.
with it. But then you must remain consistent.
Yeah, but as long as there's a throughput, as long as there's data coming through, if it is good, it will be fast. If it is slow, you'll still be able to access, but it will be.
But then you see, the consistency I even mean is, I know this is not to patronize you. I know that your love for technology and innovation has been always at the forefront and the background of your engagements. So, in your company, in your productions, we see a lot of that.
Yes.
And that love, for me, is the consistency
Yeah. Okay.
that can drive the engagement. So for you,
Yeah, you know what? You know, like, really, you know what? The way I thought about it really is that, you know, for me, the focus has always been on value. We work in a very, very competitive environment because I work in the private. All my clients are in the private sector, and a lot of those clients are driven by institutional values in terms of quality, excellence, what they want for themselves, how they want their brands to be perceived, and all of those things. So, a lot of things that one does is focused on value. So, the equipment, the personnel, the manner you run your business, the style, and all of those things are just a means to an end.
yeah,
So technology is just one of the legs of ensuring that you deliver value. But whatever is required to deliver value is something that I always try to ensure is contained in our offering, in our product offering, because a lot of people say Nigerian business, man no man. Yeah, fine. But when man no day go, when the man has gone,
yes,
what are you going to do? So the only thing that is sustainable is value.
is value.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Thank you, Remy. We'll take another break and resume our conversation.
Wow.
Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back to our program. Remy Ogupito is still my guest, and we just during the break we were saying he'd never been interviewed like this before, and I said, well, it's like they say, it's the person who knows you that knows what to ask you now, and don't be too humble. I know who you are, don't I? I do now. I do. Now, value is the soul and the heart of the business that you run. If you deliver good value, then your clients will come back. If the value is bad, they take a hike. Now, you don't want them to take a hike. However, in rating the media industry in the country, what would you like to place your finger on as what can improve our industry?
People.
In what sense?
People. We've got to train people. We've got to invest in people. We've got to expose our people. We've got to support our people. We've got to grow them, talent, in knowledge, in their networking skills and everything. You know, we talk about technology all the time. Technology is technology. Garbage in, garbage out. So give anybody, people talk about DOPs and cameramen. They talk about all these kinds of people. But if you give, I always, this analogy is that give a 60,000 pound camera to a cameraman that's not trained, and give a $5,000 cameraman to a DOP who has been trained and has experience and has exposure, and tell them to go and shoot the same thing. The guy with the $5,000 camera who is trained and has exposure will shoot you something better than the guy that had the 60.
Very true.
Yeah?
Very true.
Yeah. So it's all about people. I think that we don't invest enough in our people. I think business owners take people for granted. And I get it all the time. They say, look, if we train people, they will just go, they will come, they will land, I think that's all bunkum and rubbish. You know, in life, when you invest in other people, it will come back to you.
It does.
Whether they leave you,
They've got to leave.
doesn't matter. But what you are doing is that you are feeding an industry with people who are talented, who have knowledge, and they're coming from you.
And they will impact others too.
They will impact others, and that impact they have on others will come back and impact you.
Sure.
So that is a very critical area. I think in terms of technology and all of those things, all that is money.
Okay.
If you have the money, you can buy it. But I think it's people. People.
Yes, you asked me what areas I wanted to cover, and I said, don't worry, I'll ask you any question. You reserve the right to answer or refuse. Now, you said your dad was a politician.
Yes.
Are you a politician?
No way.
Why?
No, I'm not going to answer that question. Kai, politics, care. No.
Okay.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́.
Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ o.
Yes.
Now, how do we solve the problem of low voter turnout in our country?
I vote.
You vote?
I vote.
You do?
Yeah, but just I will not be a politician.
Okay, very good. So then let's expand the question so that you can answer it. Let's look at it this way. How can we get more Nigerians involved in politics, especially the younger one? And by involvement, I mean them voting, I mean them participating in the process of canvassing for votes, of changing the society.
That sounds like a complex question, but it's actually very, very simple. You know, until we show that our people have a stake in government, in the decisions that are made by government, that those things are done in their own interest, you will always continue to have low public turnout in voting because there is no trust and there's no belief and there's no validity in the minds of Nigerians about the system being operated in their interest.
How do we show that?
By ensuring that the things that matter will start to change it, by showing that there's actually, truly, there's justice in the system. By showing that everybody is accountable to the law, and nobody is above the law. By showing that it's only the best people that will run this country. Merit.
Yes.
By ensuring that if you are running government, you are accountable. Those are the things. They're very, very simple, actually. You know, by showing that that government cares about the education of the child of somebody who is poor, the hospitals that they go to. As it is now, the majority of Nigerians don't believe they have a stake in the country. The people that are fighting for a stake in the country are the politicians and the people that identify with them. And of course, the elite ruling class who have invested money and are working to try to keep their businesses going, their manufacturing plants, their banks, their retail shops, their restaurants.
Yeah.
You know, they're the people that have that seem to have a stake because things that happen around them impact them. But the average Nigerian believes that no matter what impacts them, they can't change it.
They can't change it.
So that's why they don't bother to vote.
How do we achieve that change?
You know, Lekon, it's a very interesting question, but I used to be very idealistic about all these things, and I used to be very vocal. And I came to the conclusion that we're in a big ocean of, can I say, rishi. And that I, as Remi Ogunpiton, the only way I can impact and do anything is within my sphere of influence, within the people that I relate with, that I do business with.
Spot on.
You know, we talked about people before and training and everything. Do you know, because I have staff over the years. I have staff that have worked with me. I've had a driver that worked with me for 23 years. From the time I was at Solar.
Yeah.
And he's retired now.
Yeah.
I have people that worked with me for 7 years, 8 years, 10 years. I have 3 of my staff. I know that, you know, because that was the way I was exposed and I was gifted. So when I have money, I send them, yeah, go to America, go to NAB, go to Dubai, go to CAPSAT, go to this, go and attend this course, go and do this. Some of them have gone, some of them have left.
Yeah.
Many of them, one of them that has left was a young man that I found in Computer Village. He worked with me for many years. And I originally brought him to come and do cabling for me, cabling. But after 7 years, he left, set up his own production company. And he's doing amazingly well.
Fantastic.
You know? So we have the ability to influence people around us. We have the ability to uplift people around us. And I believe that, you know, when we do that, the more people we uplift, the more people we expose, the more people we teach, the more people we mentor.
Yeah.
When they look at us, they will see that these are the principles, these are the values that have made this man what he is. And hopefully they will emulate us, imbibe some of those values, and also teach other people.
Teach other people.
So hopefully to be like a ripple.
Okay.
But we need a lot of people doing that. A lot of people doing that. A lot of people able to stand up, for instance, and say that there are certain things they won't accept.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And
principle.
And for you to get to that level in this country where you are saying that there are certain things you don't accept and you be principled, you know, the tendency is that you must have either been through a lot and you are not comfortable to be able to say, I'm not going to take it. Because you can't ask a man to be principled and not steal and not take an orange you put on the table there who has not eaten for 1 week.
Well, he could be. It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
He could resist it. He could say, I want it. Could I? But the tendency is that most Nigerians, they don't have. They are in need. They are in want. So they take shortcuts. Because at the top, you don't get dealt with if you take a shortcut. So who am I not to take a shortcut?
So we need to strengthen our institutions, right? Institutions like the police, like judiciary, we have to. Yes,
we know now. We say this all the time. Now.
Yes.
We all know it, but
then we have to keep saying it so that it can be relevant. We have to. Change does not come when we keep quiet.
People in leadership don't know that.
Well, some of us will get into leadership too and not change from what we used to be.
Well,
that's the truth.
Well, you know, the thing is that individual change can change yourself, can change you, can change your life. But what we're talking about is a change for a country of over 200 million people.
Yes.
And that's something that when I think about it, I won't lie to you, it baffles me how you do it all. Because I ask myself, how do you galvanize into a cohesive force of the same power, the same thought, the same vision, the same drive? 200 million people or so of different interests, of different backgrounds.
It's leadership.
It's
leadership. Yeah, even from your own analogy, it's leadership. Yeah. It's if they start in their own spheres.
Yes.
Right. then others will emanate. They will produce people and all that. And some of those people will get into that position of leadership.
I think,
Yes.
I think at times when we look at leadership as being from the top down, at times leadership can be from bottom up.
It actually should be from bottom up so that when you find yourself at the very top, you already are known for something.
I think
That's
so.
it.
You know,
You're known
it's,
for something.
But it can be very disquieting.
Yeah, well, they can be. We're going to take another break now. Don't worry, it won't be too long. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Welcome back to the program where we're talking to none other than Remy Ogunpitan. Now, Remy, in the last 3 or 4 decades, almost about 4 decades now, almost 4 decades, you've been doing business in Nigeria, you've worked in this same industry, you've led or headed, and then you have founded, right, companies that deal with production. What's that experience been like for you?
If I died and I had the choice of coming back again, I don't think I would have changed. I don't think I'll change my.
You will come back and do the same thing.
Again, I'll do the same thing.
Okay, fine. So let's start being specific about your experience. For instance, traveling around the country as a result of working. What was that like?
Okay, let me tell you. It's been interesting. When I came back to Nigeria,
Yes.
the 1980, I was in Kano. What I did was I bought myself a Volkswagen bus, a Kombi bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So we have that in common.
Yeah, and I equipped it with a bed, a kerosene fridge, a kerosene cooker.
Are you kidding?
And I spent 1 year traveling around Nigeria.
You did that?
Yes, I did, yes. My first 1 year back in the country. There was nowhere I didn't go to. I traveled from... There was nowhere I didn't go to. And in some places, I would spend a week or 2 weeks. I remember I spent 2 weeks in Boko.
Really?
Yeah, because I met this girl and I thought I was in love with her, but I had to move. But there was nowhere I didn't go to. From Sokoto
So
to
you left the love back in
Yeah,
Boko.
I moved, from Sokoto to Potiskum to Nguru to Biu to Daura, Dambata, Adeja,
Just driving?
Yola, Guzo, Mubi, yes.
All
right
of that?
down to Miduyo, Kafancha, Funtua, Adeja, Guzo, Kafancha, Kontagora,
All by yourself?
Shendam, Jos, yeah. And I did that for about 11 years, almost a year. And it was amazing.
Police were friendly.
Yes. You could get somewhere, park and sleep and wake up in the morning and the villagers will come out and say, well, okay, look, you want food? Nigeria was like that. Now, it's not so much like that.
Yeah.
We travel a lot now. Our production crews today in Nigeria, when we travel to locations outside of, let's just say Ibadan, Abeokuta, but the minute we're going to Ilorin, Akure, Benin, all those places we normally go by road. We go with police escort.
No.
Yes, we do.
But you didn't need that in
No,
1980?
no, it didn't. Even when we were doing productions where we were traveling on the road with things like Benson and Edge's Golden Tones, the road shows, when we were doing Rothman's Groove, the road shows and things like that, Peak Talent Show, Glow Soccer Academy, all of those things. We used to travel by road. We didn't used to go with police now. But now you do.
You do.
Some of the clients will not even allow you to travel without them. I mean, we work for flour mills, we work for a lot of the oil companies. You can't go anywhere without security.
Without police?
Yeah, you can't.
These days?
Yeah, you can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. What's that like for you? Someone who's traveled all by himself.
Yeah.
And now needing police escort to do that.
It's just part of the... It's part of the mix now. These things, they become normalized. So you don't see You know, what happens is that over a period of time, things that you're not used to, you now have to start putting them in place. And after a while, they become normalized. So you don't even see it as being unusual. You see it as being just part of.
Just part of
Yeah. You know, like our international clients that we work with,
Yes.
I'm not going to mention their names, but there's not one of them that comes into this country without security devices, which maps and tracks their every single movement right up to where they are with an accuracy of 25 meters. They carry it. It's not a phone, it's not anything, but a lot of people don't know it, but it will be on them. So that if anything happens, they
Yeah.
can be tracked. So that is there. In terms of work, you know, liaison with Nigerians and getting things done, it's a bit more challenging because Nigerians are wiser. They know that a lot of these things that people do, you want to use a place, you want to use somebody's shop, you want to shoot in a location, they understand that what we're doing, we're being paid for it and we make money from it. They're smart. Social media, live TV, cable TV has made everybody understand.
Made them
that-
aware.
Yeah. So, you know, they will cooperate with you, but, you know, these days you need to drop something. We're shooting something in the market on the 3rd of February. We have to pay 250,000 naira to enter the market.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
How do you acquire your sites and locations?
Yeah.
What's been like?
We
and,
pay.
then even shooting within communities.
Yeah, communities are easier because the shooting within communities, what you tend to do is that you identify who the key leaders are within that community, whether it's a traditional Oba or a chief or whatever, identify them, tell them what you want to do. At times, some of the things we want to do is actually to their advantage.
Yes.
And when it is, you know, they'll
They might
They'll
even end
cooperate.
up being the ones
yeah,
entertaining you.
they'll cooperate and you know we're Africans and
Yes.
we're Nigerians and we have a culture, you know, which is not that this is not a corruption culture.
No.
But this is a culture of you show respect.
Yes.
I accommodate you. I thank you.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
that's it. So the experience has been a mixed one.
Yeah, it's mixed, but nothing nasty, nothing horrible.
Okay.
You know, it's
In
something
the
that
last 3-4
No,
years.
you can always
Get over that.
walk over it. Yeah, we've never had anything nasty like that.
So finally, let me ask you, you did some tourism content, some of which you even graciously passed to us and we're using. What inspired that? Was it that your
Yes, it was.
1980,
Yeah,
80, 81
yeah, it was. And the fact is this, is that, you know what?
road trip? You did a road trip.
Yeah, road trip, yes. Yeah.
And that's what opened your mind up to, I need to
And
do
it
this.
still keeps on, and my mind still keeps on getting opened up every day. You know, we've had the opportunity of traveling around Nigeria to so many places, and at times some very obscure places. And the more that you travel, the more you see, number one, how beautiful we are as a people. The average Nigerian that you see in Lagos that is hustling is not your typical Nigerian. When you go to some of these obscure, remote areas and you see the land, you see the topography, you see the potential of the opportunity that there is, you start to say to yourself that I need to do something about this. And that was what inspired us basically starting to put that kind of content together, because we just felt that, well, look, it's our country. Yeah, there's a lot that is wrong with it, but we still have one or two things that we're proud about. And at least if we can't get there, let's show people the beauty of Nigeria. When I traveled around Nigeria around 1980, in Jos, in places in Jos like Shendam and all of those things, then I used to go into, they have a lot of tin mines there, which were then being run by expatriates.
Yes.
And most of the tin mines then had orchards, they had gardens. I used to go into those orchards and I used to pick fresh strawberries, blackcurrant, pomegranate, apple, pitches. But now, you can't do that. But the thing is that we are able to do those things if we put our mind to it.
But they are even they're in, was that in Jos now? They're in Plateau.
Yeah,
they
Plateau.
have started cultivating strawberries on a large commercial scale.
But then it wasn't a big deal. It was everywhere. You just pick strawberries, you pick blackberries, you pick black currant, anything that you want, you just pick it.
Yeah.
Those days you go onto the farm, you give them like, I don't know how much, you give them like about 20 naira. And then you can just take.
That's a lot
Yes,
of money.
yeah.
Maybe like 2 naira.
I don't know.
20
I
naira in
can't, no,
1980.
maybe about 2 naira, or maybe 1 naira or 50
Yes,
kobo.
yes.
You just go and you pick everything that you want to pick, and you go.
When you go.
Yeah.
So now, so that's like your own way of giving back to society?
No.
The tourism content?
No, it's not. I think you get to a stage you need to give back.
Yeah.
So what I try to do now is I try to give my services free of charge
Good.
to churches, for instance, who want to do media training,
Okay.
to universities.
Okay.
We're doing something now with NIJ, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, where every Saturday they come across to our facilities and we give our time and our equipment to train their students in the area of broadcasting and production. There are other things that one is doing, but what I've found is that the only way I can give back, and I feel very, very satisfied about it, is to try and improve what is going on in our industry, because there's so much, there's still so much to do.
I want you to give back
Okay,
to us. Let's work together
okay,
on a documentary.
okay,
You know, on the bridge, when you are coming towards the island,
yeah,
you know, Okobaba,
Makoko.
the timber.
Yes.
I'd like us to do
You know the funny
a
thing?
documentary
Yeah.
on that, because you know there's a period that they will bring so much of the timber
We discussed this.
and it will be all over
We
the
discussed
place.
this in a meeting
Yeah.
about 2 weeks ago in our office.
And we'll go all the way
To Ondo,
Ondo, Kitipupa,
where they now
where they
build the raft,
exactly,
and then ship it down.
and if possible, follow the raft.
Who's
Yes.
going to follow them? Me and you.
No, follow. We don't have to be the ones. We could be
You
the
know,
ones
we have big belly now, so we
yes,
can't.
we have underlying. We have underlying issues. Even the children will say, "Hey, Daddy, where are you going?" but let's do that together.
No, I would love to do that, because
Yes.
that would be an amazing.
It's a good way,
film.
and it will be something we'll put in the public
Yeah,
space,
an amazing film.
right? To tell the story of the timber industry.
Okay. I'll take your offer up on that. And
Yes,
we'll do it as
let's-
a joint production.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's do it together.
Okay.
Let's merge forces.
Yeah.
Right, write scripts and all that. I can voice
We can
it
put all
if you
those young
want.
boys to. You can go
To
get
do the
this
shoots.
our young guy on the camera.
Yes,
Yeah.
to shoot and
Yes,
all that.
you live on the raft for 2 weeks, because that's how long it takes for them to
It takes
float it
2
down.
weeks. Yes, I know. I
You'll be
know.
eating on the raft, sleeping on the raft.
Yes, I
Just
know.
take plenty of mosquito repellent. It'll
Yes,
be good.
that's it. It will be good. It will be an experience for them. And worst case scenario, we can train somebody on the raft that can position the camera and all that.
No, they have to go with them.
Exactly.
They have to go
Now,
with
so
them.
that's it. Anyway, it's been nice talking to Remy. Remy, well, we know each other. We know how far we've been together, and I'm just so amazed at your accomplishment. I'm not any way flattering you. You know that we don't flatter, but just commending your great work, and thank you so much for
Thank you
coming.
very much.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so
And we
much.
thank God too.
Yes. So today we have another episode of Timeless Conversations. It's been Remy Ogunpitan as my guest today. Thank you all for watching.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of the stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. We start this week's edition with good governance. Lagos residents have been charged to take ownership of projects undertaken by government in their areas, as it would go a long way in tackling the issue of abandoned projects. This charge was given by the Inspired Youth Network during their citizens' engagement town hall meeting with stakeholders on addressing public requests from the 2024 budget of Lagos State. Details in this report.
Community members, youth champions, as well as government representatives have gathered in this hall.
How do we have a very effective implementation? Elders say, oh, sit there,
to ensure that young persons, especially young women, have access to democratic and public responsive service delivery.
Over time, the stakeholders have monitored the implementation of budgets and are here to discuss the findings from their trackings on abandoned government project in Oshodi Solo local government area. The idea is for the community to take actions towards the completion of the project.
Create budget for all of this. Let budget that you have created be used for the completion of this project. And we have one in Ikorodu currently. The one we had in Ikorodu is a vocational center. As big as Ikorodu is, we only have 1 or 2 vocational centers being managed by the Lagos State Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. Now, this is another vocational center that can complement the effort of the one Lagos State government is currently running. If we have large number of people going to one vocational center, we will not have good, effective training and learning or effective learning in all these vocational centers.
The idea was to go monitor the projects that was going on in Idowu Rufai Street in Agor Palace Way, and we found out that constructions were not really ongoing the way it should be, and this was causing some issues leading to drainage problems, and of course all of this can also result in diseases and displacement of people. So we tried to bring up these issues to the limelight to let people know that there's actually a budget allocated for this particular construction, and the need to demand for accountability so that the right things are being done.
The town hall meeting also aims at educating relevant stakeholders to be involved in the budgeting process and ensure good governance, as government is advised to meet with the people halfway in this discourse.
From all of our engagement so far, from inception, you could see that the major challenge there is that a majority of the persons in Lagos do not really have a better and deep understanding about projects and budget processes and the rest. So that's why we're doing all of this, to see how we can educate the citizens, to make them be a part of the process to actually drive a change in their society.
It's good that organizations like this are coming up with such engagement and wanting to know what their resources are used for. And if we do not accommodate such programs like this, going forward we may not be able to achieve anything. This is more like helping government to lessen their work and all of their burden.
In all, they urge the government to look into the abandoned project and ensure their completion, as it would not cost anything more since they have been budgeted for in the first instance.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Development scholars have pointed out that good governance is a prerequisite for successful development, which every country craves for. And now it is time to talk about leadership and the future of Africa. Over the years, Africa has been reputed by the mainstream media as the West as a dark continent. Despite its huge potentials, as such, there is the need to change the narrative and celebrate Africa and its people. These were the words of Mark Idiahi, the convener of the Future Leadership Conference at this year's Award for Public Sector and Entrepreneurship, tagged Renaissance Repositioning Africa for Global Relevance. Details in this report.
The venue is filled to capacity, and the main focus is to celebrate Africa and Africans, and indeed excellence in leadership and entrepreneurship. The convener, Mark Idiahi, takes to the stage and shares on the unparalleled dynamism of the African spirit.
There is a deliberate attempt by the West, facilitated by the mainstream media, to underestimate the potential of Africa.
The conversation continues in earnest on the way forward for the continent. No doubt the choice of the speakers is informed on their passion in telling the African story. So as questions are raised on why Africans do not celebrate themselves, the issue of leadership also takes center stage.
While we celebrate our GDP as Africa, one of those top 50 companies, their revenue and their capitalization is more than our continental GDP. So that's something to think about. Then you now add the fact that 80% of the world's resources are under our feet in Africa.
So we've come of age. We will no longer allow people to give us a name just so they can appease whatever desire or innuendos they have about Africa. We believe as a people we have to begin to beam lights on our potential and appreciate and celebrate what we have. I would tell you that we no longer need politicians in leadership. Over the years we have had politicians in leadership, and look at where that brought us. It is almost as if we clamor for new regime, new set of leaders, then eventually when they are voted into power, it's almost as if we find ourselves in a war situation. And the solution to that, like John Maxwell would say, everything rises and falls on leadership. We have to become very pragmatic.
What is the panacea for the leadership challenge in the continent, and just how can Nigeria and Africa take over the helms of affairs in the productive sector and even the creatives?
We have leaders who seek to, their yardsticks and their standards of leadership is foreign. So when they encounter African problems, it tends to be strange for them and makes them either weak, disconnected from the problem on ground. You know, African problem is different from Chinese problem.
Nigeria's gross GDP has been enriched by 156 billion naira this year alone with Nollywood and Nigerian music. But that's very little compared to what we could actually do if the government and the banks, etc., would support us more.
So as the evening swings on, exceptional people are awarded and celebrated for their passion and drive to bring out the extra in women empowerment, entrepreneurship, creativity, and lots more.
Thank you so much for the good work you are doing.
Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
You will agree with me that African states individually or as a collective should be more assertive in defending their interests and demanding fairer representation in global fora and multilateral institutions. We move to public speaking and the need to catch them young. Young people have been urged to shun drug abuse and channel their energies into productive ventures that will improve their lives. This is just as the government and parents have been urged to do more to safeguard children from falling prey. This advice was given on the sidelines of a public speaking competition organized by School of Eloquence Lagos on the theme Drug Abuse and its Effects on the Youth. Details in this report.
At a very young age, she folded her hands to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd. So much
This public speaking competition is meant to serve as a testimonial to the importance and power of effective oral communication and commitment to elevating the art of public speaking to mainstream levels in the Nigerian society. 9 government-owned schools are locking horns on the topical issue, drug abuse, a trend which is eating deeply into the fabrics of the society. The competitors have indeed done their homework and research on the menace. Unsurprisingly, they speak passionately and eloquently.
And whosoever a child learns from home is most likely to remain with him for the rest of his life.
Yes, it's not the first day that I take this that you're going to end up at Yabalet, or you end up in the hospital. But these things, it's over time.
Cigarettes and alcohol are commonly abused by Nigerians.
Not only affects our physical self, they also affect us mentally.
Through their speeches, they share stories of young people who have been affected by the scourge, with an appeal for all hands to be on deck in fighting the harrowing trend.
From a very young age, she followed her aunt to places like nightclubs, and as being an outgoing girl, she started mingling with people, which is the wrong crowd.
Over the years, drug abuse has been a pressing issue that every one of us here knows.
Parents who brought us into this world, what happens when they are perpetrating this crime?
When you talk about mental health consequences, we talk about depression, anxiety, neurological impairments.
The dean of the school shares insight on the theme of discussion and why it is important to catch them young. Other speakers have words of advice for parents, the society, and even what the government should be doing to save the young people from going astray.
So for us, we noticed that a lot of the people that we teach public speaking to could probably have done better if they had learned public speaking much earlier in life, rather than learning public speaking as adults. Apart from politics, apart from the state of the economy, the issue of drug abuse is a prevalent subject matter. It's there, it's present, and we're talking about it.
We have a lot to do. You've all come here to say it today. Charity begins at home. We need to ensure that we inculcate the right discipline. In life, the choice that you make will determine your future.
At the end of it all, Dairy Farm Senior Secondary School carried the day as one of their representatives emerged winner in the individual category. CMS Grammar School and King's College followed in runners-up position. Then again, Dairy Farm School walks away with a School of Eloquence Cup 2023.
People in position must be able to speak well. It should be mandatory for policymakers and office holders, business owners and thought leaders, and what better way to achieve this than to start with school children. Away from education matters, as part of efforts to show benevolence to orphans and the less privileged children in society, the Naval Officers' Wife Association has supported 4 children with scholarship and also donated food items and other consumables to an orphanage home. The Zonal Director of NOAA Lagos Island, Ms. Olufunke Bankole, alongside other members while on a visit to Rako Child Initiative Orphanage, urged spirited Nigerians to support those in need. Plus TV News defense correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
This orphanage has been enjoying the goodwill of the Naval Officers' Wives for close to 10 years. Today's visit saw 4 children receiving scholarship and other valuables. The Zonal Director disclosed that the donation was an initiative of NOAA as supported mainly by their husbands.
NOAA is a non-governmental organization and we are majorly being sponsored by our husbands with little or no assistance from corporate organizations, though when it comes, who are we not to embrace it. So having said that, for years, it's been our focus to ensure that we touch lives. In fact, that is our anchor drive, to ensure that we touch lives positively. We also believe that we should try as much as possible to see how best we can sponsor some students through secondary school. And how it's been said that a child trained through the secondary school or giving education is a nation that is being trained.
She enjoined the head of the orphanage to be steadfast in bringing up the children who have been brought to the home due to unfavorable circumstances. The founder, Rako Child Initiative Orphanage and Widows Home, Pastor Daniel Nwaka, was filled with excitement and gratitude as he thanked Noah for the continuous support to the home.
Their coming has been a great blessing to us over the years, but it has been a journey of grace, God's grace. It has been not easy. These children, some of them came when they were 2 years old, 3 years old. Today we have 19 in university. One is serving now in Port Harcourt, and the others too are doing well. We have almost 200 in different secondary schools, the same thing in different primary schools all over. So we see them grow. We see them when they came in, like some of them, I can see that picture here, they look somehow. Like this one talking now, you see her picture, she came in primary school. Now come here. Now she's now in Kogi State University, 400 level. She came hopelessly then, but now full of assurance.
Noah says its love for charity will be extended to the widows next. The gesture was born out of the humanitarian side of the Noah National President, Mrs. Ijoma Blessing Ogala, who believes orphans and widows should not be left out in this Yuletide celebration. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. The Diocese of Lagos Anglican Communion has inducted Venerable Babatunde Adeleke as the Vicar and Archdeacon of the Church of the Resurrection, Victoria Island. The induction ceremony, which took place in Lagos, had the Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, family members and well-wishers in attendance. Our correspondent Paul George reports.
Melodious rendition of hymns filters the church hall as the congregation, led by the choir, was in a joyous mood. Venerable Babatunde Adeleke Oduwole, clad in white robe, is ushered in to take his declaration of assent as the Vicar and Archdeacon of Church of Resurrection. The anointed clergyman was excited to be in the presence of God while performing the induction rituals. Venerable Oduwole said he is ready to hit the ground running as he explains the vicar's role in the church.
Well, I must say that I'm very excited. I'm enthused, getting ready to hit the ground immediately. It's a day we had looked forward to. Institution, induction, and installation. It is a customary, an ancient custom of thanking God for choosing those such personalities. They serve as the eye of the bishop. And so we call them Oculus Episcopus, meaning the eye of the bishop.
He thanks God and says his vicarship is all the Lord's doing. Meanwhile, the former Deputy Governor of Lagos State and Senior Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on Sustainable Development Goals, Adejoke Orelope Adefolure, commended the man of God's selflessness. She describes him as one who is reliable.
In addition to that, I'm also being instituted as the Vicar of the Church of the Resurrection 1004 Estate here in Victoria Land. To God be the glory. I'm excited. I'm really happy. I know that God has done it, and He who has called us will back us up. He will enshrine His word in our heart and grant us miraculous feats within the time we are going to spend here in Jesus' name.
I've known him for 12 years as a vicar. and as a priest in the Diocese of Lagos, Lagos Diocese. He's a man of God that that we can rely on in terms of prayer, in terms of counseling and motivation. Wishing him all the best. God will bless his ministry. God will give him more strength, more grace, and on a daily basis, God will minister to him.
Some church members showered encomiums on him.
In Jesus' mighty name we pray.
In the period of time that we have interacted, he's been a very pleasant personality. He's been an exciting person to be with. It's just God's gift to us as a church. I pray for him every day, and I ask that the Lord will continue to equip him with grace, with his spirit, with more of his wisdom, so that he's able to carry the church of Jesus Christ.
Everything is working perfectly the way God wanted it. He was a curate in this place before, and he rose to be a venerable, and he was brought back. So I say it is to the glory of God. I am happy for him, and I congratulate him. It shall continuously be well with him and his family in Jesus' name.
The ceremony was brought to a close as the guests were treated to a cocktail party.
From all of us here at Plus TV Africa, we wish Venerable Babatunde Oduwole the best in his new position. We take you next to Ondo State, where the home of Mother Earth Foundation has charged the federal government to take responsibility for the 3-year-old Ifeno at its Ororo Iwell at OML 95 and must extinguish the fire as soon as possible. These were the outcomes of a media briefing and documentary screening at the Ororo oil well fire held in Lagos. Details in this report.
An ecosystem's unraveling that demands to be heard.
The Ororo 1 oil gas well blowout at OML 95, which happened in April 2020, has been on fire for over 3 years. Inhabitants of Awoye community in Ondo State, where the inferno occurred, have had their livelihood severely affected. Their primary means of survival, fishing, has been harmed due to the contamination of the marine ecosystem by the raging fire and accompanying oil spill.
It's a grim reality painted in barrels of spilt oil and hectares of ruined land.
After several visits, the Home of Mother Earth Foundation, HOMEF, put this documentary titled Ororo Inferno, a tragic odyssey of injustice and environmental destruction, together. Executive Director HOMEF, Nemo Basi, alongside others, say these inferno represent a huge discounting of the lives of the people, their culture and their ecosystem.
Now that accident happened, and the government officials said it could be stopped within 6 weeks if they hired the right contractors to stop it. But 3.5 years down the road, the fire is still burning. And I believe government would wish that we just ignore it. But you can't ignore that kind of disaster happening in plain sight. It's happening day and night. It's not anything that is hidden. And it's just unfortunate that Nigeria goes on as if nothing is going on. And this is really horrible.
So we don't need to search for who caused it. We know it's caused by the oil corporation. Who bears the brunt? The local communities are the ones bearing the brunt of this spill. The biggest question is, why punish me for a sin that I didn't commit?
Members of the Awoye community at the screening also speak about the devastation they have faced since the oil well fire began.
Since that last year, waiting me at the experience to say, fish no dey again. Nothing. If we go river, before we fishing 3-4 fathoms, now we take the fishing. But now if you no enter 20 fathoms, you no fish for eye. I don't see anything. Now so everybody begin to suffer. No blame you, all the communities.
Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba torí kò bẹ́ẹ̀ kàrán. Mo bá bẹ̀ ìjọba pé jàǹrà ayọ́wọ́ bá máa ayọ́wọ́ ó ra kàn mí. Òun mo tẹ̀ pé fi wà yìí. Tó ti bẹ́ẹ̀ gan Irun mo sọ ni pé já àjọ bà mí ọkùnrin obìnrin àjọ ò bá wa dédé ìjọba mo fẹ́ gan tóbìnrin tọkùnrin jájọ jára àwòyọwọ́ àwòyẹ pẹ̀lú dédé gbẹ̀kún ẹ̀nà wọ́n dédé pátápátá ti bàjẹ́.
HOMEF also urged the government to ensure that remediation activities in the affected community are carried out immediately.
There is no word to describe this horrid debacle. Ororo 1 well is a crime scene that needs international attention and action since the Nigerian government is asleep on it. As we go on the show, Market Women at Show has been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She Enables sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Foundation at Show Market in Lagos. Details in this report.
Nigeria is experiencing inflation, and most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining and reading or computerized records of their sales and stock. Included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira.
Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device, and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account. You can use that device to make money.
Toluwase Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu. We're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. People feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online, and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities.
Women in Nigeria are highly interested in becoming entrepreneurs, but face unique challenges to do so, such as barriers to access finance and business development services that are critical to formalizing and growing their business. And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Chef, bather, diaper changer, provider, housekeeper, launderer, comforter, listener, spiritual advisor, doctor, nurse, friend, playmate, teacher, mother. On today's edition of Our Voices, we honor the women who raised us and made us the women we've become. I'm Ayan Bior, and here with me are my colleagues Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick, Hadiza Kiari, and Ariane Itangishaka.
Thanks, Ayan. It's often said that motherhood is the hardest job in the world. And in this episode, we will share our personal experiences as being mothers and daughters. We'll also take a look at the joys and the challenges of motherhood in Africa and in the diaspora.
But before that, I'd like to introduce you to my own mother. In journalism, we try to avoid interviewing family members, but I could not imagine doing this show without featuring my mother's own voice. My mother is the kind of woman who has remained indestructible despite immense loss and unimaginable challenges. She's dodged bombs, walked hundreds of miles to get her children to safety, and crossed an ocean in hopes of finding new opportunities. This picture taken in 1976 of my mom, when she was 16 years old, is a rare glimpse of her teenage years when she felt she could become anything she wanted to be.
When I was a little girl, I actually have a very big dream, like I can be, go to school and be somebody higher position, like lawyers and doctors.
But my mother set those dreams aside, got married at the age of 16, and began to make a family. By 1984, she had 2 kids and was planning to have more. But those plans were sidelined as her home country, Sudan, was in the midst of a civil war that would define the next few decades of her life. That same year, a boat she was on, traveling on the River Nile, headed to Bor, was targeted with bombs which she narrowly escaped. By late 1984, fearing the onset of further conflict, Mom packed her bags and walked with her children for 20 days to neighboring Ethiopia, where she would call the refugee camp in Gambela home for several years. Before she was 30 years old, my mom had experienced significant loss of home, loss of comfort, loss of her childhood dreams. But she says the loss of a child has been the source of her greatest heartache.
Cause was a baby, but it was very painful because I was in the village. When I have to carry a baby and crying, like it's gonna pass away. At that time was no one with me in the house, so I hear the crying of my baby and I crying too until she passed away. So that death was so painful to me because nobody was, beside me to help me. And I was still a child too. So after she passed, I, roll it up. And I have to call someone to come and help me to bury the baby.
But my mom says she had no choice but to keep going for the sake of the rest of us, her surviving children. My mom learned how to survive all over again when our family, which had grown to 9 people, moved to Dallas, Texas. America was a chance for her to finally provide for her family. But moving to the U.S. was a shock.
It was challenging, but it was a lot better because you have to go fill up an application and have the job. And the time we came to, it was a very good time. You can have, if you want to work 5 jobs, at that time was so easy to get a job.
While she never worked 5 jobs at the same time, she regularly juggled 2, and at one point even 3 jobs at once. Working multiple jobs came at an emotional cost. She feared she wasn't spending enough time with her children.
The way we came this country, I was just focused about job. And I feel my kids, they don't feel the love of mom. Stay with mom and you hear a lot of things from your mom. I feel like I don't get anything from me. It just focus of job. Even my little one, Adit, she used to give me a kiss every morning. I see you tomorrow, Mom. That one is still, I feel bad about. Maybe they don't understand why I was doing that. Maybe they were thinking I'm just they are kids. They don't know the bill, how we have to have a lot of bill and the food.
But we kids did know. We knew of the sacrifices our mother had made throughout her lifetime and the way she selflessly set her own dreams aside to give her children a better life.
So this was probably the hardest interview that I've ever done. It was definitely the most emotional interview that I've ever done because I learned a lot about my mom, but I think the most shocking thing that I learned is when she said that when we were growing up, she felt like she was failing us because she wasn't always there, because she had 3 jobs. And I remember being shocked when she said that.
Because you just didn't see it that way.
I definitely didn't see it that way. You know, I mean, I saw a woman who was working 3 jobs to make sure that we were fed. I saw a woman who didn't speak English when she moved to the United States and learned English just so she can get her driver's license, just so she can get us to school. Everything that she did was always for us. So I didn't see it that way. I saw a woman with a work ethic that I admire even to this day.
Wow, that's, you know, I think about all the things that our mothers have gone through, and your mother's story is so poignant because to me, I see parts of my own mother's struggles in life, and we often learn from our mothers. And I remember one thing. My mother was unemployed for such a long time in my childhood, and I understood from a young age that we just didn't have what other people had. And I tried to make it as easy as possible on her by just showing her that I understand that, you know, because I was trying to emulate her. And I learned so much about my mother through watching her survive so many things, those lessons. But she showed up for us. And I think a child will never hold against a parent the things that they weren't able to provide for them materially. But knowing that your parent is out there doing those things for you, that's what a child remembers. The child remembers not the parent who gave them everything that they could want in terms of money and finances, but the parent who showed up for them. And I don't mean literally just showing up, but showing up at work for them.
You know, I can definitely relate to both of you. My mom passed away 2 years ago, and it's always really, really hard to talk about her without getting emotional. But I'm really gonna try. But what I hold on to is the legacy she left behind, and that's what keeps me going. I remember 4 things that she tells me over and over, and those things have stuck with me. Of course, marriage, which, you know, we all know not everyone has to get married, but for her, you have to get married, get an education, career, and you also have to be independent. And for her, when she talks about independence, it's not just about just being independent. She wants you to be in a happy home, but have a career. And, you know, don't try to compete with your husband, but have a career so that if tomorrow he's not there, you can still be able to, you know, be able to provide for yourself.
And for your children.
Right. And I know you said something about your mom having 3 jobs. I totally relate to that. My mom she was a mother. She was going to school at the same time. She was running her business. That's not an easy task to do, but the sacrifice is what I hold on to. This woman sacrificed to come be with me, to spend time with me, to help me with my daughter. And that's something I can never, ever, you know.
As a mom, you understand.
I understand. You cannot replace that.
Yeah, and also going back, Hadiza, to talk about your mother. I remember, as you know, in the first episode, you did talk about your mother, and I knew this topic will come up. And I was actually looking at our messages that come in from our viewers, and one of them specifically talked about you. And I mean, I didn't tell you, but just to encourage and to show that you talking about your mother is encouraging someone in Pakistan. And this is what she said. A few days ago, I watched your show where Hadiza was talking about her mother. It was my first time watching the show, and I really liked it. So Hadiza, as hard as it may be, I think that you're cementing the point of how valuable mothers are. And you talking about your mother who has passed is helping someone in Pakistan to see how strong you are.
Absolutely.
And that we should honor our mothers that we have. And those who have
you are
passed.
your mom's legacy. I mean, I'm sitting here right next to you, and I'm seeing this beautiful, intelligent, hardworking mother. I see your mother in you.
Right. That's right. I think that's why it's so important for us to talk about our mothers. You know, talk about and document their lives. That story you did about your mother, Ayan, I'm like going back and thinking, I'm a journalist. I spend so much time in my life telling other people's stories, but I haven't yet told my mother's story. And as I grow older, I want to know more about who my mother was.
And that's the thing, we never really tried to find out.
These women had lives. They were something before they became our mothers. And I think these days, with the technology that we have at our disposal, anyone can document the life of their mother, of their grandparents, because they're not going to be around forever.
That's
and
so true. And you know, when I look at my mom's picture when she was younger, in my age when she was pregnant, and it really tells me a lot about her, how she carried herself, what she dressed like, what kind of person she was. So we really need to really look back to the mothers that we have.
So we're not the only ones who have these images now. Right. We have these images now. I had, my mother taught me 4 things. I was listening to what you said about the things your mother taught me. My mother taught me, and I love you, Mummy, and I probably don't say it to my mother a lot. So I'm sitting here today because of all your sacrifices, Mummy, and I love you so much. And I thank you for teaching me to be my own woman, to make my own money, preserve my reputation, and to not wait for opportunity to come to me, but to learn to recognize opportunity when it's there and to grab hold of it.
Haiti, that's beautiful, and we definitely would not be here without our mothers. Well, coming up, we're going to talk about the pressures and challenges that are unique to motherhood and the societal pressure put on many women to become mothers.
So what's your take on this conversation? You can let us know on WhatsApp. Our number is on your screen. Or you can find us on social media. Our handle is @VOA Our Voices. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices so we can find your comments. We'll be right back.
Like Voice of America on Facebook. Follow VOA on Twitter. Join VOA on our YouTube channel. Like, follow, join VOA.
You're with Our Voices. Welcome back. No one ever said motherhood was easy. It's a tough job. But any mother would tell you that it is also very rewarding. It's an opportunity to shape a life. Nowadays, to do it well, also while fulfilling modern societal demands. So for me, I'm currently shaping 3 lives. Here's a sneak peek in a day in my life as a full-time working mom in the diaspora. For me, it's everything times 3. Ready to face the world now. Still haven't arrived yet.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, what's up?
Not much.
How are you?
Good morning. Ooh. Let's get to work. That's right, Ayan. No. Hadiza. That's right, Hadiza. We'll be right back. You know, there's no shortcuts. There's no cutting corners. We were built for this.
I can say is that as a working mom, I'm a busy and tired mom almost all the time. And this is universal feeling from all mothers around the world, whether it be in the village, whether it be in the suburbs, or whether it be in the city. I mean, we have to support mothers through legislation, I think, because, you know, that's the one way we can show tangibly that we are supporting them in fulfilling the things that they need to do to be both working moms and to be professionals and to do everything that they need to do in society that men don't have to go through.
Right. I just quickly want to say the three of you make it look so effortless. And
I just quickly want to say, as a mother of 2 boys, you have got 3. I love you.
Down to you.
And also the other thing I want to say, I want to also advise young women who are working right now or going to school, I would advise you not to try to do both at the same time. Don't try to do school if you can. Don't try to do school and motherhood at the same time. It'll wear you out physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. So it's just too much.
You know, the studies.
And you know, our mothers did that. You know, but that's
done. It can
definitely be done. Our mothers actually did that.
It can be done.
But we're not them. You know, we don't have that stamina that they have.
I would say before you have kids, do everything you want to academic-wise and travel.
That's true.
Because you ain't going anywhere
You ain't
for
going
a
nowhere.
long time.
Not with my 3 kids. They're like luggage.
Yeah. You have to be mentally and physically prepared.
I think that I'm the only single woman on this panel, and everything that you guys are saying is true. But at the same time, there's a lot of pressure for me to become a mom, and I constantly have to tell people why I'm not a mom. The fact of the matter is, there are practical reasons why I'm not yet a mom. There's economic reasons. You mentioned school. I want to go to school, and I want to get that out of the way before I have kids. And then, of course, there's the problem of finding a man, exactly, a good man who my mom will approve of. So there's a lot of reasons.
But you know, my mother always told me, marry someone who is your equal. Stop being involved with men who live in your shadow. Marry someone who is your intellectual equal, who is your financial equal, so that you guys can be partners. And I think she didn't have that. You know, and we saw the consequences. We lived the consequences of that. So I think those are wise words, and especially for someone like you, Ayen, who you're out there, you're still looking, browsing, and all of that. You know, it is harder.
I think that
I just want the public to know that just because I'm not married, and there's a lot of young women out there who are not married, there's nothing wrong with this.
Right. You know, there's so many challenges that people ignore. The challenges of single mothers.
Yeah,
that's a lot of challenges. That's a burden on its own. There's a stigma attached to it.
Right.
You know, as a matter of fact, I know that in West Africa, if you're a single mother, you know, people look down on you. You know, it's harder for you to get someone to get remarried. As opposed
and there's also
to
a double standard because single fathers don't have that same
they
stigma.
don't have
If you're a single father, you're wonderful.
I know.
So bless them. But
Talking about the pressures also, Ayan, you talk about the pressures of becoming a mom. Once you become a mom on the continent, many countries on the continent, you have to, like in my region, you become a woman who is who get the pressure for becoming a mom of boys. Like I know some of the places in Burundi, Rwanda, and many places, if you can have 7 girls, they'll still be like, well, when are you going to have a boy?
Well,
As if,
so
that you can, the lineage has to continue through a boy. So you have that pressure not only to become a mom, but when you become a mom of a boy,
but you know,
and when you become a boy, a good
I can
mom.
tell you that,
so the pressures are very.
But in West Africa, it's totally different. There's a pressure to just have kids. Period. Nobody wants to know if it's a boy or a girl.
Like,
and even when you do have one, they expect you to have several others, probably a dozen.
That's what I'm saying. Like you have a pressure to have children, and then you find yourself having a lot of children. Trying to satisfy
Nobody's thinking
that.
about the economics.
for us, the pressure is about, can you cook? I can't cook.
Haiti, can you cook?
I cannot cook. I am
But
a
can your
terrible
husband cook?
Yes, he can. And I have my mother cooking. But I'm just a terrible cook. So that's why I don't cook. I'm trying to save humanity from my cooking.
You know, in Nigeria, they don't care if you can cook or, I mean, you can have your career, that's fine, but you have to know how to cook. You have to be a wife.
It's a good thing that I was not born in Nigeria. But I want to just say something about single motherhood. You know, that is something that I'm pretty sure in many places, but it's also on the rise. We need, as more women are educated and more women are deciding to start families later, and some women are just deciding to not get married and have kids. Some of this is choice.
And
some
I think
women
not
are
having kids kids is also a choice. Because you can decide, I just want to be with my husband. But they might say it's a Western thing, it's a modern thing. But
some others want to just adopt.
It should be also okay.
Yeah, right.
What if you want to
don't
adopt?
have to give birth to be a mother. There's many different ways.
So many women who have raised children. I don't have any daughters, but you could be a mother in many ways.
Can I just say that the mindset of the men has to change? Because just speaking of my own mother and my own household, like I said earlier, she had 3 jobs, and she was still expected to cook and clean.
Right.
And I don't think that's fair. I think that we should be open to realizing that the woman is very dynamic, and especially if she's working and going to school if she chooses to, we need to allow her to do that at the same time.
In the northern Nigerian culture,
too.
it is frowned upon for a man to change diapers, to feed the kids.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that. It's
But I
frowned.
think women's mindsets need to change as well. Older women, and I'm probably going to be slaughtered for saying this, but older women's mindsets need to change as well and stop giving men that free ride or the free ticket.
That's
and
very true.
that should be the expectation of them, and we should support our single mothers.
Yeah. They're trying to fulfill a cultural.
But that's not to say that we think less of the man.
That's right.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
No, absolutely
most
not.
of it is cultural pressures that I think each family individually can talk about. I think if they sit down, couples sit down and talk about it, and everybody is okay with the situation, I think it's good. I just also want to, include how my mother, for me, she really focused a lot on education and faith. I mean, she knew that with those 2 things, you will prevail in life. And so, I hold on to them today. The education that I did, she did everything to make sure that I get an education and I stay as a faithful woman so that I can keep my head on my shoulder. Wow. After the break, we'll introduce you to a mother in the DRC who is balancing work and home to provide for her family and doing it with a smile. You want to stick around for that.
Welcome back. All across Africa, mothers overcome daily challenges to provide for their children. Well, VOA's Anastasi Tudiesh spent time with one mother in the Democratic Republic of Congo to see how she is making motherhood work.
My name is Mahide Yalagi. I'm a chief of service with the National Social Security Department. I'm 43. I have 3 to 4 schedules in one day. My mom's schedule, my job schedule, my sports schedule. I work out 3 times a week. I also have my me time that starts when the kids are sleeping. It is completely separated from whatever happened during the day. What I make is not enough to pay for my lifestyle, so I have to have a second job. I sell my clothing through WhatsApp. My supplier sends me pictures of shirts and bands that I send them to my clients. I have 3 kids. I would say mornings are the most complicated. I have signed them up for after-school activities, swimming, dance. I would say they need me for guidance mostly, for orientation and good education. I once was married. I'm not anymore. I have been living alone with my kids for almost 5 years. It does not help me at all, except for when all of a sudden he remembers he has children. But what he gives is not significant, really. Some days you have to make miracles, like make sure the kids have food on the plates, but I always find a way. A romantic life, possible but not easy, because the kids still have the father in mind. They will not understand. I am passionate about all things politics. I plan to become a politician when the kids are grown. I will start from the bottom up.
Wow. I don't know if I could do all of that.
Yeah, I know. I definitely couldn't do any of that.
She's a superwoman. That's a superwoman right there.
That's what you call a superhero.
Well, speaking of all these amazing superwomen, today in our Women to Watch segment, we are honoring every woman who is a mother to someone. We see your sacrifice and your selflessness, and we want to say thank you.
We now turn to our viewers on the continent and in the diaspora with Mother's Day wishes, including my mom.
I would like to wish every mother in Africa and around the world a happy Mother's Day. I also would like to encourage mothers in the diaspora to keep up the good and hard work of raising their children, despite the challenges of not having enough support. We know that in Africa, it takes a whole village to raise a child.
Wish my mother a happy Mother's Day.
I want to use this opportunity to wish my mother a very wonderful, happy Mother's Day. I love you, Mom. Thank you for always being there.
Unfortunately, my mom passed away in 2012. That's my birth mom. But I do have another mother, and I also have a few important women in my life that have basically mothered me. So I would like to wish them a happy Mother's Day, and I would also like to wish my mom, who's no longer with me physically, a happy Mother's Day also.
She was my sister, my friend, my best friend, and I remember her today because I miss her every day. But I am lucky and happy to have Hadiza, her daughter, who is my niece, at least to see her and talk to her.
I'd like to give a tribute to Mommy. It was just like yesterday when Almighty Allah perfected His plans for you. We miss you and we love you. You're a pillar of strength and a shining example of what love, humility, service to mankind and God ought to be.
That was my family, by the way. Aww. My mother touched so many lives, including mine. You know, there's no way I could ever repay her. She's not even here for me to do so. What difference has your mother made in your life? Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices and let us know.
Be sure to watch Our Voices on the VOA website, where you can find the world's top news stories and other episodes of Our Voices.
We leave you with a quote from the late Professor Yosef Ben Jochannan, who was born in Ethiopia and taught at Cornell University for over 15 years. The Afrocentric historian whose work focused mainly on Black presence in ancient Egypt and affectionately called Dr. Ben. He used his voice to say, "Without you, African mother, there would have been no us, African fathers, sons, and daughters. Do we need to say any more, African mothers, our own true goddesses? Let us praise you to the highest, telling the world about your righteousness. Let us tell the entire universe about your sacredness, African woman."
And on that very sacred note, that is our show for this week. From all of us here at Our Voices, we wish you, mothers of Africa, a very happy Mother's Day. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Less than 24 hours after sacking all heads of aviation agencies, the federal government has relieved all directors of the agencies of their appointment. The Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development announced the sack of the directors in a statement signed by the head of Press and Public Affairs, Odutayo Oluseyi, the directors were asked to hand over to the most senior persons in their department and directorate. Now, some of the directors were appointed few days to May 29 when the immediate past administration handed over to the new administration of President Bola Tinubu. Also, the International Air Transport Association, IATA, has said that funds trapped in Nigeria belonging to foreign airliners are estimated at $792 million. The World Airline Body warned that rapidly rising levels of black funds are a threat to airline connectivity in the affected markets and are gradually becoming a threat to global operations. We will keep our eye on the nation's aviation sector vis-a-vis the recent shakeup and its implications and expectations, as well as the issue of trapped foreign airline funds, among other key issues. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. First off, society and governance principles as they support sustainable long-term growth by proactively evaluating potential issues have been emphasized. This was the crux of the discussion at the Entrepreneurship Development Program and public presentation of practice license organized by the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria. We'll take that report now and I'll be introducing my guests shortly. Stay with us. Helps identify, organize, prioritize, and accordingly guide decisions on various business risks. These risks, if left unaddressed, can prove costly to the functioning and sustenance of businesses.
Welcome, Mrs. Elizabeth Ebi, FCID, the DMD CEO, Future Group.
Members of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, are gathered here to build capacity by the Entrepreneurship and Development Program, EDP. It is themed on building sustainable enterprise, the role of ESG. As demand for ethical and sustainable practices increases among investors, clients, and the wide society, the need for improved, transparent ESG performance has also grown.
The truth of the matter is that gone are the days when the value that company aims at is just the profit. You know, a company can be profitable today, it may not be profitable tomorrow, because if for example, the company is doing something that is alien to environment, something that is alien for social society as a large, and also poor governance. So we believe that as an epitome, of integrity within the banking industry, we should organize, this kind of a seminar program for our members.
Environmental issues have become very critical in the life of our people. Social issues have to be embraced to make sure that all things are working together. And even in the business itself, there must be rules and regulation guiding the business for sustainability.
Other speakers believe the quality of a company's ESG-related risk management is important to investors in weighing overall risk and return. Emphasis is made on the society component of the principle, specifically with a focus on gender equity and issues affecting young people.
It used to be like an addendum to business initially, but now it's not a center point. If you look at the feedbacks that you get from COP28, it's basically like electrifying to know that everybody's now committed to climate change, even the climate denials. So it's something that we need to bring back home and actually incorporate into business development and even entrepreneurship, because ultimately you cannot rehearse what you're not going to perform.
And when it comes to ESG, we're very clear on what environment means, we're very clear on what governance means, but social, we haven't quite gotten to the bottom of it. The intersectional issues around whether it's gender, diversity and inclusion, impact, young people, people who are disabled, and just even employee welfare. I think that's really critical, and everything, whether environment, government, or governance rather, impacts social.
The banking industry plays a pivotal role in driving ESG initiatives, and our commitment to this cause continues. Together, we must strike a course that not only further boosts the economy, but also aligns with the principle of best practices in international sustainability endeavors and responsible banking.
Board involvement and managerial support is critical to creating value through ESG strategies, as active involvement by corporate boards can help guide and shape best practices and reinforce the idea of the strategy as a priority.
Of the practice license and seal of the CIBN confers.
Meanwhile, practice licenses were presented to members with a charge to uphold the core values of integrity and trust.
No, stay on this side.
Well, welcome back. As I said earlier at the start of the show, there was a whirlwind of change in the nation's aviation sector. We'll be looking at that and other critical issues on the show. This morning, the President, Bola Tinubu, made a clean sweep of all the chief executive officers of the agencies under the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development. And Nigeria has been facing a severe FX crisis, which has made it impossible for international carriers to repatriate accumulated funds from tickets sold in Naira. Many airlines have resorted to various methods to get the attention of the government, such as stopping ticket sales, and UAE's Emirates Airline recently suspended all flights to Nigeria. The total global airline industry blocked funds have increased by 3.96% to $2.36 billion in September this year, from $2.27 billion in April. Of these, $1.6 billion is trapped in Africa, of which 48%, which is $792 million, is trapped in Nigeria. I have joining me right now aviation editor of New Telegraph newspapers, Wale Shadari, to discuss further on this. Good morning, Wale.
Thank you for having me.
It is indeed our pleasure. Let's just get straight to the point. What's going on with the aviation sector? Like I said, about $792 million is trapped in Nigeria, and now there is a huge shake-up. Did you see all of this coming, really? What's been happening in the past 48 hours?
Yes. I saw it coming. I even think that the minister tarried a while for taking the decision because if you look at it, most times when a new government comes in, either the cabinet, the government as it were, decide, or the minister decide to bring people he believes that can work with him. People that have the same synergy, the same energy with him. And it's not anything untoward. It's, like they say, change is permanent. He has also looked at the sector and felt that there's a need to put the right people in the right places. I'm not saying the people that were removed were bad. Some of them were good, some of them were fantastic. But like I said, what is the permanent thing in life is change. And I also believe that his reason for doing that after the stakeholders forum was for him to look at where he can bring in new people with new drive, new people with ability to deliver the goals. The aviation industry in Nigeria has been very safe. Nigeria has one of the best safety records when it comes to aviation in the whole world. But like I said, we need new hands. We need people who can really take the sector to the next level. Okay, and maybe for one or two people that have been that were removed, I think that maybe I'm not the minister, and the minister may have taken the decision based on the report before him. I think one of them should have been like the Director General of Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, Dr. Latero, should have remained because of the exemplary things he has done. And the Director General of Nigerian Meteorological Agency, Professor Matazo. These guys have done fantastically well. But like I said, it depends on the report that is before the minister and his direction towards, moving the aviation industry forward. So there's nothing new. It's within his power. It's within the power of the president to tinker with the agency's head and to bring in new drive, like I've said, and to see where we can leverage on the good things that we have done over the years. All right,
but okay, fine. Since you said that it is not really untoward, and so it is not like a surprise to you. But looking at all of this,
it was a surprise. It was a surprise in the sense that this is the first time we are seeing this type of a clean sweep. In the past, you will see maybe 2-3 heads of the aviation agencies were removed. But this is the first time we're having a total clean sweep. But we just hope that this clean sweep will also bring the desired result. But one other interesting appointment he has made is that of Nigeria Airspace Management Agency. By bringing in Engineer Farouk Ahmed Umar, is one of the best hands you can get around.
All right, so let's just talk more about the shake-up. The president had said that the reason for this shake-up is to bring, let me just quote, world-class standard to the nation's civil aviation space to ensure consumer protection, promotion, and well-being of passengers. But what are your expectations, really, Wale, from this new crop of leadership?
Yes, my expectation is that we'll begin to move. Yeah, the sector hasn't done badly, although we had some issues that gave us concern, especially the regulatory body. I think the regulatory body, the NCAA, had been the weakest link in the chain of aviation safety in Nigeria. So it was a welcome development that the DG of NCAA was removed, particularly when it concerns graft. So my expectation is that we'll begin to see a new drive. We'll begin to see things that we have not seen before in a way that the aviation industry will improve. Yes, the aviation industry, like I say, has not done badly, but we need fresh blood. We need people who have the drive, people that are as young as Minister Keyamo, that can really deliver the goods.
All right.
So I'm very, very confident that we're going to see a change because the minister has been pushing this sector. The minister has been on top of this sector. Yes, some people will say he has taken the function of the regulatory body. But when you have a very weak regulatory body, the buck stops on the minister's table if anything happens in the aviation industry. And honestly, nobody can fault the minister for the action he has taken so far. The only concern I see there is that the NSIB DG should have been allowed because he has done fantastically well. And I believe that reward for hard work is more work rather than removing. Apart from that, the minister has done exceedingly well. And if you look at the appointment, it cuts across all the geopolitical zones of the country. It's not like in the past where you have a certain region dominating the aviation industry. It cuts across, and he has picked some of the best hands that he feels can help him to deliver the goods.
All right. So, Wale, let's talk about the issue of trap fund, $792 million. With all that is going on right now with the shake-up and all of that, do you actually foresee any change? And precisely, late September, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu directed the CBN to create a platform for quarterly reconciliatory meetings with foreign airlines to address the backlog of trapped funds. And earlier last month, plans to clear FX backlogs were rolled out. Unfortunately, little progress has been made. What are your thoughts, really?
I think I was in Geneva for the IATA event when this announcement was made. It was actually very, very embarrassing. I think that was last week or 2 weeks ago in Geneva when we had a global media day where IATA came to tell us how the sector globally had fared in the last 1 year. And what also came out from that is that African Airlines are going to make over 500 million naira losses in 2024. But let us put that aside. The issue of trap fund has been a recurring thing for the past 3-4 years, and it's becoming very, very embarrassing. But the Minister of Aviation, Mr. Keyamo, has moved a step further to make sure that, it's not within his power, it's between the CBN. This money is trapped in CBN. It has nothing to do with the minister. To even move ahead, the minister had met with the central bank governor, met with the president to see how some of these monies could be released to the airlines. And that is the reason why we're having high fares. If you compare the fares from Nigeria to maybe UK, for instance, is 2-3 times what you have in Ghana. And what the airlines have done, because they don't want their money to be stopped, what they do is to close the lower inventory and open the highest inventory. So in the past, where we used to have lower inventory, we do not have that because of conferences. Nigeria becomes the butt of joke in the international arena. We should sit down with the airlines, sit down with the IATA, the clearing body, and see how we can resolve this amicably with them. In 2016, we had issues like this that made United Airlines to leave Nigeria, the US-based airline to leave Nigeria. Emirates has done the same thing. And the international airlines are also threatening to leave the country. Nigerian airlines do not have the capacity to reciprocate or to provide the services these airlines are providing. If these airlines decide to leave, which I find out that it will be practically impossible for all of them to leave. But at a point, if we do not do anything to resolve this matter, some of them will leave. And if some of them leave, we're going to have a big vacuum. Our airlines cannot fill this vacuum. So we're going to suffer from it. We're already suffering from our own action or inaction.
True.
Because if you're traveling to London, for instance, now, on economy is over 2 million naira or 3 million naira. But if you go to Ghana, our neighbors here, you can fly with 700,000, 800,000 naira.
All right.
Who is losing? Nigeria is losing. They are moving their operations to other
African
countries. And Ghana and Togo are trying to make their country hub of aviation. Nigeria should be the hub of aviation, not
in
Togo.
Africa.
Because we have the population, we have the market, we have everything it takes to make aviation better than what it is today. And that is why I know that the Minister of Aviation is concerned about this. He wouldn't want Nigerians then to be dragged in the mud. So we need to begin to look for ways to resolve this problem as quickly as possible.
All right.
Nigeria is not the only country owing. We have Ethiopia, we have other countries. But what Nigeria is owing is more than what 5 African countries
it's a whole
owing
lot.
this airline. So we should begin to see
48%.
how we can resolve this. And the airlines have also said, we know you may not be able to pay this money at a go because of forex crisis. But if we begin to look for ways to settle, maybe in 3 months you give us 50 million. The next 3 months you give us 100 million. Within 2 years you will pay this money. But it's quite unfortunate where we have found ourselves. But I know the minister is not comfortable with what is happening, and I'm very, very sure he's going to work towards it.
All right, Wale, for sake of time, let's just talk about, still on civil aviation, but specifically, let's just narrow it down. We've seen the situation with the international flight and the trap funds. But let's bring it back home. Let's talk about local travels now. Average flights during this period has peaked between about 150, 200K this season. I would have just said it was the issue of demand and supply, Christmas and everything. But flight tickets have not been cheap, Wale, for quite some time now. What exactly is going on? And most people cannot even afford to go by road because of fear of kidnapping. What are we doing, really?
Absolutely. There are 2 things to this. During the peak period, there are months we call peak period, especially December period to January period. That is where there's huge demand for air travel. At that period, airlines make a lot of money. And because of demand that outweighs supply, they tend to increase fares. But let's even take it away from that. Airfares are very expensive. Not expensive, I put expensive, but if you really look at it, compared to the dollar rate, you find out that airfare is even less than $70 per an hour, whereas in Europe is more than $100, depending on the time you're buying your ticket. If you look at aviation is highly dollarized. Everything in aviation is dollarized. Honestly, I even wonder how the airlines have continued to remain in operation, because if you want to service your aircraft, you ferry this aircraft abroad, and you cannot spend less than $2-3 million to service one aircraft if you go for C-check or D-check. And $3 million is more than 300 million naira, if I'm correct. But at times, it even runs into several billions of naira for you to do a check. And you also look at the aviation fuel, jet fuel. It's so expensive, but it has been stable in the last 1 year.
Yes,
now.
for quite some time now. Yes.
Yeah, 700 and 800. And if we have stability in the price of jet fuel, airlines can plan. They can even buy in bulk. At least there won't be volatility in the price of jet fuel. But you also look at other costs. You look at overhead, you look at cost of operation, you look at some other things that even happen. You look at best strike, and at times an airline can even be on the taxiway and is struck by a bed, one small bed like that. Yeah. And to change an engine of an aircraft can cost you almost $5 million or $6 million, depending on the type of aircraft it has damaged. So it is really, really expensive. But the airlines also need to watch it in the sense that if you look at the propensity to fly by Nigerians, it's very, very low. How many people are really flying? It's the same group of people that are flying, businessmen, government officials. What is the monthly income of an average Nigerian? Maybe 100,000 naira. So if care is not taken, the airlines, if they try to increase this fare beyond what it is,
all right,
people will shun air travel and go by road and damn the consequences.
All right, Wale.
So the airlines also need to be very careful, and that is why they've always asked for government intervention.
All right.
But government cannot continue to pump money into private sector. If government does that, what about the granola seller? What about the pepper seller? In what way has government helped them? This is private business. So you have to cut your coat according to your size.
All right, Wale, we have to really
many
go.
airlines are going for, Thank you so much.
All right, there's a whole lot to say when we talk about aviation, local travel, and of course issues of Nigeria's economy. You cannot even exhaust in just one show. But then again, we'll bring you some other time to share more insight.
Thank you.
Wale Shadare is the aviation editor, New Telegraph newspaper. Many thanks for being a part of the show.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Yeah, that's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadanye. See you again next time. Bye for now.
Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawo, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. That can be ridiculous. And at times, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, Respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car with the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate, and I get to the gate, and they say, call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive, because that's the estate. So having to navigate my way through that is own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
Cooking is considered a basic life skill, but some have honed that skill and turned it into a profitable business. This is the story of Abiola Akanji, popularly called Chef Stone. Abiola Akanji discovered his love for cooking at a very early age.
The name came from business school. When I was in business school in London, they used to call me Mr. Stone, the man that cannot be moved. Because when I set my mind to something, there's nothing you can say to stop me from doing it, basically. Unlike many boys, I was in the kitchen more than on the field. I wasn't a football person. I wasn't really a sporty kid. I spent a lot of time in the kitchen with my mom. I was really fascinated with food and baking and anything to do with food. I used to be that kid that anytime a food show comes up, I'll be right in front of the TV watching. My mom enjoyed that because it got us closer together. But my dad really didn't think much of it. Like most African dads, you know, it just thought, you know, it just doesn't like playing football. It likes being in the kitchen. After I went to London for university, while I was in London, I worked as a chef throughout. So that was for me like the ultimate thing, work around food. And that's where I kind of found the passion for cooking and being a chef. But I still, at that point, didn't think I was going to do a business of it because I was studying business. My dad worked in the bank for 35 years. I was never going to come back and say, I don't want to do that. I want to come and be a chef. So for me, it was never a business until I moved back to Nigeria and saw that the industry was totally non-existent. There was nobody was teaching anybody how to be a chef. You have to go abroad to learn or work under someone for many, many years to learn. So that's where I kind of got a gap in the market that I really wanted to fill. I think that point was a tipping point, really, because I remember, you know, when I broke it to my dad that, look, I don't want to be a banker. I don't want to. He had interviews lined up for me, like, you work in a bank here. I know this man, I know that man. Like every African father, I want to help his kid. And then I'll go for the interview and I'll almost sabotage it because I didn't want to work there. From there, I'll walk out and go to a restaurant and tell them I'm a chef. I just came back from London. I want to show you what I can do. I was trying to get a job, but the pay was so low. And I just saw that, look, it wasn't going to happen. So I just thought, you know what, I need to set up a school where we can train chefs here. And I had to go to my dad because I wanted to go to culinary school. Because all these years, I'd never gone to culinary school. I just kind of learned from working. But if I was going to teach other people, I need to learn how it's done properly. So I went back to my dad and I said, you know, Dad, I don't want to do this. I don't want to wear a tie. I feel choked with that tie. I want to cook. This is what I love. And he said, you must be mad. And I called my mom and said, you know, your son has obviously run mad. You know, after all the money we paid, you know, sending him to university, now he says he wants to be a cook. You know, that talk to your son, you know, talk some sense into him. And my mom was very supportive. She said, you know what, this is what you want to do. You know, she tried to talk to my dad. It was a little bit of a fight at home, but eventually my dad came through and said, he thought it was a phase. He thought, you know what, let me send him to culinary school. Maybe after a while he'll come back and see that that's not really what I want to do. But it stuck because, you know, I'm the stone. If I set my mind to something, I just have to do it. So, you know, I went to culinary school and he supported it. Today he's proud of me. He always calls me, my son is a principal. He owns a school here, owns a school in Abuja. So he's very proud now. I'm glad. The culinary school was 6 months. I did a program at the French Culinary Institute in New York. And for me, I didn't go to culinary school to learn how to cook because I had worked in 5 restaurants, some of them really top restaurants in London. So I knew how to cook, but I wanted to understand the teaching side. I wanted to understand how to run a culinary school, the business side of it. You know, so when I went to London, I studied business. It really came in handy as well. So all my time in culinary school, all I was gathering was data and knowledge. I pretty much used to talk to everybody from cleaners to receptionists because I wanted to understand everything. And with cooking of food also, I wanted to understand the whys and the whats and why are we adding this? Why are we doing it for so long? So I'm one of those annoying students that will keep on asking questions. And that's because everything I learn to be able to reteach. So for me, it was very important that I understand everything around it. You know, part of the deal with my dad was, look, if you're going to go to culinary school, it was going to pay half of it, and if I can raise half of it. So I did raise almost half, but it paid the rest. But in raising that half, I sold everything I had, basically. I had a car, I sold it. I started a dry cleaning business. I sold that to my friend. I borrowed money. So I came back to Nigeria, and there was no money left to start up. Even though I had these big dreams when I was in culinary school, that when I get back, it's going to look like this, it's going to look like that. But unfortunately, I came back and I was broke. So I had no choice but to start small, which when I teach students about business of food now, I always advise them, look, try to start small. You know, big dreams are good, but it's better to grow into it. So I rented a small apartment. The kitchen in it was smaller than this office. And that's where Red Dish actually started from. It was in Egbeda, which is a remote area that I thought nobody was going to come for. But when I started letting people know that, look, I'm training people for a culinary school, you know, people got excited. And I got my first 3 students that registered. Those 3 students still ended up working with Reddish two of them still work in Reddish today. One of them traveled abroad. So they were so sold on the dream back then that they wanted to be a part of it after they finished their program. But yes, it was really small, nothing like what you see here today. It was really tiny. This is our studio kitchen. We use this for recording sometimes, and sometimes we teach here as well. The professional 1-year students use this as their classroom as well. This is Chef Nikki, and this is Dami, in charge of our PR. I think when I started, I had a lot of doubts. At the point I was thinking maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should go and beg my dad and say I want that bank job, because it was tough. Because first of all, Nigerians thought, even one of my friends was telling me that, why are you trying to teach people? Nobody wants to learn. They learn from their mothers, or, why are you trying to teach people how to cook? This is stuff that people learn at home, and they're like, you're a guy, you should be working here. So I had a lot of negativity around it, that, this is never going to work. People thought that after like a year, everything will fall apart. This is not a business that's sustainable. So that was tough. And then also, sourcing ingredients. I came back from French Culinary School where they taught different things. Here in Nigeria, we did not have a lot of the ingredients. So I had to almost dumb down the syllable a lot to start. And then we built on that again. So it was tough. A lot of Nigerians didn't know a lot of the stuff that we were trying to teach then. So we had to come down and go back and review. And a lot of things I learned along the way about running business in Nigeria. Because while I was in the UK, I used to run a business there. It was very different to when I got here and I saw the way things were done. You don't have any support from the government, you don't have support from anybody. You're pretty much on your own. So it's been tough. All right, this is the pantry. Very, very busy. You can pass through. We call this the demonstration kitchen or the demo kitchen. And this, the different classes go on here, but the continental class is currently going on here. Chef Isi and Chef Lola. What are we making today? Okay. I think for this business, it's been mostly organic growth. We've shied away from trying to get loan and trying to get finance, because we find that, look, you don't want to put yourself in a corner, especially in this economy where things are not as it seems and things are very quick. So the dollar is increasing every time. If you get finance from an American company, for example, and they give you dollars, they're going to expect dollars back. By the time you're paying the dollars rate has changed, you're losing money. So for me, I've tried as much as possible to grow as organically as possible, so that we are not shackled and tied up. But you can still get finance, you can still get capital, but we have tried as much as possible to just grow organically. So when I say organically, I mean basically, like I said, I started small, and when I started with almost nothing. I did all the decor myself, I did woodwork myself, everything. I came from a DIY culture, living in the UK, so I did a lot of that myself. So as people paid money, as the money was coming in the business, I was reinvesting in the business. And then when it was time to move from my home to another place, I met a friend that is now the director here. He runs the Lagos school now. So he was the only person that believed in the dream and put forward some money towards the business. But since then, what we've basically done is reinvested money back in the business. So we are not frivolous people. We're not trying to be big boys. So we try as much as possible to just reinvest the money in the business, use it to grow the business on its own.
The food service industry is growing fast, which makes becoming a chef a lucrative and appealing career path for many people. Additionally, the growth of the Food Network and proliferation of YouTube celebrity chefs have glamorized the industry. However, success in the food service industry isn't easy. 60% of restaurants don't make it past their first year, and 80% go out of business within 5 years. According to an IBIS World Report on single-location full-service restaurants in the US, 67% of a restaurant's costs go directly to wages and purchase expenses. Additionally, the average profit margin for restaurants after removing all other costs is only 6.2%. With a profit margin this slim, insolvency is unfortunately never far away. However, in Nigeria, the fast food industry is a major contributor to the economy, and it is one of the most lucrative businesses in Nigeria today. The annual value of the fast food business in Nigeria was 250 billion naira in 2015, which is approximately $700 million. The Association of Fast Food and Confectioners of Nigeria indicated that the size of the fast food industry in Nigeria grows at the rate of 4% annually, with a rapid rate of return on investment. According to a research paper, the number of fast food restaurants in Nigeria is increasing at a geometric rate and may double in 5 years.
I think one of the biggest inspirations for starting up the culinary school was the fact that restaurants were going abroad to bring in chefs. So they would go and hire their head chef and pay him in dollars, amounting to millions. They'll give them accommodation, travel, all of that as a package. And then they'll find people that were not trained chefs, hire them, and then pay them peanuts, and then all of that. So, for me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, good food is going to come out of that kitchen. So that was one of my biggest inspirations. And for me, we've worked with a lot of restaurants. We still work with a lot of restaurants. And for me, it was about showing them that we can grow our own talents here. We have a lot of talented chefs that came out of Reddish, some earning over $1 million now as chefs in restaurants. And that, for me, is what keeps me going, because there's a lot of time I think, this is getting a lot. But when I see my students doing great things, growing up in the ranks, and then remembering back to when I was trying to look for a job and they were offering me 30,000 naira as a chef, even though I just came back from the UK, that was what really, this is the things that I look at and I say, I have to keep going for the thousands of people that still have this dream of becoming a chef and working as a chef. But I think restaurants are getting more open to the idea of we don't have to go abroad. We have a lot of homegrown talents. We have a culinary school in Nigeria now that we can go to and they can give us chefs. So part of our program here also is when you finish your professional chef's training, there's an internship for 3 months in a restaurant or hotel. So by the time you go there and gain some experience there, most of these restaurants will want to retain you. So again, we're trying to help to create jobs and create opportunities for some of our students. So for me, I have a restaurant project that is 5 years in the making. And the reason it's 5 years in the making is I want to get it right. I'm not in a hurry to get it. It's going to be called The Burgundy. It's Africa. It's not just Nigeria. So the idea is I have a tour of Africa this year. I'm going to travel to 10 countries in Africa. I'm going to Namibia shortly, and then Ethiopia. And the idea is to go and experience food, experience cultures, and bring back a little bit of what I experienced to the table at the Burgundy. So I'm going to do 10 countries and end back in Nigeria here for the launch of the restaurant, which hopefully would be one of the first restaurants in Africa to be internationally recognized and hopefully win a Michelin star. I think our palettes are opening up a bit more. I think 10 years ago, if I brought lobster for you or I brought you oysters, you'd be repulsed, you'd be like, what is this? You won't want to eat it, you'd be scared. But I think more people are more traveled now. The networks and TV networks have shown more food programs, international food programs. A lot more people know ingredients that they didn't know 10 years ago. So I think the culture is changing. People's palettes are opening more. They are more willing to try new things. They are seeing how to cook more things. So I think definitely we're going in the right direction. I would say it's a tough business. Just knowing how to cook is not enough. A lot of people think because they can cook or because their families have said, oh, your food is amazing, you should start a business. A lot of them think, let's go for it. But you need to also learn the business side of food. People say, oh, you can't go wrong with food. That's a lie. You can easily go wrong with food. And a lot of food businesses close every year. You just see them, they start up and they can't survive. So you have to understand the business side of it. If you don't understand it, then you need to find somewhere to learn and educate yourself. And with being a chef, you can never stop learning. Learning I learn every day. I open up a book, I look online, I go on TV. I'm learning. The best chefs in the world are the ones that continuously learn and they are not too proud. So don't be hasty to become a celebrity chef or be an Instagram chef. You know, learn your trade, learn your craft, better yourself, and continue learning. That's what I would advise.
The success that restaurant businesses has met with can be attributed to the fact that eating is a necessity. As a matter of fact, it is the #1 need of man. Another factor that has contributed to the success of restaurant businesses is the busy lifestyle that an average Nigerian leads. Most people are so busy that they consider home cooking a waste of time. The business, when planned and executed well, rarely experiences poor sales. Even when other commodities experience poor sales, restaurant business thrives. This is largely attributed to the limitless target market for the business. Despite the success of the industry, please be warned, it is not rosy all the way. Running a restaurant is quite a tedious task. In fact, it is one of the most stressful businesses to run in Nigeria. The biggest risk for the restaurant industry is rising wages and food costs. If you're not constantly working to improve profitability and grow your revenue, the costs will take over. Despite the challenges associated with owning a restaurant, many individuals have found successes in this sector of the economy. According to Chef Heroes, in an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, "I started my business with 25,000 naira. And today, we are a multi-million naira company." A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we are trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they are not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they are not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. You know, someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, you know, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana, which, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, you know, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish. And this, what you do, will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your Red Dish Chronicles." And the name everybody started saying Red Dish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck. And I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Red Dish, the culinary school will be called Red Dish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the space, the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, you guys must do this, and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. You know, so I use that as, because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk, on the table, as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and their hand behind them, they're watching the news and like, hey, this is not your sitting room. You don't do things like that. Then when you talk about dining environments, you're in a restaurant. I have literally seen people, and I've done videos on it as well, where they've given you a napkin, it's for your hands. Wipe your hands down, because you're about to eat. Then guess what happens? You see them using the same napkin to wipe their face, to wipe their hair. I've seen them do this. I'm like, oh, this is not the bathroom. So it's really about perception and how you want people to see you when you're in a public place.
When in the public, it is important to be courteous and respectful of others. You might not always know the rules, but if you make a genuine effort to be considerate of others with the intent not to disturb them, the conscious effort would show.
For me, I would love to see an environment where when we see something that is not right, we correct. I've done that severally, and I'm brave enough to do that. And most times when I finish speaking to the person says sorry, because maybe at the time they were doing it, they didn't realize how bad it was and the consequences to another person. But most times you find that they are truly sorry because it just didn't come down to that.
The rules of behavior when we're in public vary from culture to culture.
If you've ever been to Singapore and you're in a public train or any public environment, you're not allowed to chew chewing gum. And they made it a law. And so now people are very conscious. Don't you chewing gum, you get fined, you can be imprisoned. So they've made it part and parcel of their lives.
However, culture is an ever-evolving phenomenon that changes as the needs of the people changes. We all have rights, but it has limitations where the exercise of your rights begins to infringe on the rights of others. Behaviors such as playing music or videos loudly on your phone in public, receiving calls loudly in public places, or even blowing horns arbitrarily can be seen as offensive. Here are some common etiquette to take note of in public. Offer up your seat. If you're in perfectly good health, offer your seat to anyone who is either in poor health or pregnant. Make commuting easier for those who need it. Let the waiter come to you. Never yell or wave your hand at a waiter while dining. Make their job easier by being patient or politely get their attention when they pass by. Know your audience. Be aware of who's around before engaging in hot topics. Respecting people's sensibilities is the proper way to behave. Make sure to tip. Tipping is essential for certain employees to make a decent income. Make sure to leave a tip as a token of your gratitude whenever possible. Even services you might not think of, like a haircut or dog grooming. Say excuse me. It's the polite thing to do when you bump into someone. Even if you're not really the one to blame, why not just avoid conflict and brush off the situation? Use a coaster. Spilling isn't the only way to make a mess with your cold beverage. Say please and door for you. Remember to say thank you. Step outside to answer your phone calls. Sometimes you have to take an important call. Taxi driver, you have no idea what's going on with that person right now. You don't have to reward ugly behavior with your own nastiness, which only perpetuates the cycle. Look at the person who's speaking to you. It is polite to listen to people who are talking to you and not just type away on your smartphone. Let someone go in front of you in line. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Put your smartphone away during meals. Be on time. Ask before posting. Not everyone wants to be all over social media and you're not a reporter, so stop spreading the news. Keep the noise down at work. Silence the ringer on your phone. Speak quietly and turn the sound down on your dinging emails so it's not bugging everyone you work with. Wash your hands after using the bathroom. Park your shopping cart on the side of the aisle. Ask permission to use someone's first name. Clean up after yourself, at home, at work, at a friend's house. Ask before bringing a guest. Don't assume they're automatically invited no matter how well you know your host or hostess. Stay at home when you're sick. Reach out to people who are grieving. Don't pretend nothing happened. If you don't know what to do or say, you can simply say you're sorry. Let people get off the elevator first before you get on. The same rules apply to trains and buses. Silence your smartphone at the movies and stop crinkling that candy wrapper so loudly while you're at it. Help someone who's clearly struggling. The next time you see someone straining to reach something on the highest shelf at the grocery store, help him or her out. Skip controversial or nosy topics at parties. Politics, religion, or asking when they're getting pregnant or how much weight they lost. Those topics are sensitive and should be off the table. When you enter a room, greet everyone. Return calls. If someone takes the time to leave you a voicemail, take the time to call him or her back. Use an earphone or headphone in public while scrolling through social media.
Very good morning. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun. This is News Update. The Supreme Court has upheld the federal government appeal challenging the verdict of the appeal court, which dismissed the charges against Nnamdi Kanu in upholding the government's appeal. The Supreme Court held that Kanu must face trial at the Federal High Court. Supreme Court, in the judgment delivered by Justice Emmanuel Agim, but prepared by Justice Garibald Lawal, held that the Court of Appeal was wrong to rule that Kanu could not be tried again based on the illegality perpetrated against him by the federal government following the invasion of his home. Also, the court held that although the Nigerian government was reckless and unlawfully rendered Kanu from Kenya, such unlawful act has not divested any court from proceeding with trial. Justice Lawal said that no Nigerian law was cited in the suit seeking Kanu's release on the grounds of unlawful abduction from Kenya. According to court, at the moment, the remedy for such an action is for Kanu to file a civil matter against the act instead of removing the powers of the court to continue with his trial for alleged criminal charges. Lawyer to Nnamdi Kanu, Kanu Agabi, expressed happiness that the Apex Court also condemned security forces for violating the rights of his clients through extraordinary rendition and unlawful invasion of his home.
What the Supreme Court says represents the law. We respect it. We go by it. There is no other way. We had hoped that it would come our way, but it has gone the other way. It simply means that we have to go back to the High Court and get done with this quickly. We still have hope. We're not in despair.
By the grace of God,
yes. So
victory is assured.
Yes, we will. We will lose a little time. We still have to go back. That's all it means. But I'm very consoled by what the Supreme Court said, that he ought not to have been treated the way he was treated. His bail ought not to have been revoked. His home ought to have been invaded. All that is a consolation to us. So we have hope.
This is victory to our administration of criminal justice, because it shows that once you are an accused person, once you are a defendant, no matter what excuse you want to bring to hide under the law to say that you should not be tried, the Supreme Court has expressly, unequivocally stated clearly that we don't have the legislation that will vitiate the court from trying a defendant that has committed a crime. You must be tried for every offense you have committed.
Now, while as in the worldwide, the Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization has expressed shock and disbelief after the Supreme Court notified the Court of Appeal's judgment ordering the release of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, now the court is well-being. However, IPOB has also criticized the Supreme Court's inability to provide a good judgment in the face of Nigeria's problems. The IPOB spokesman, Ima Powerful, criticized the court's inability to dispense good judgment in the face of Nigeria's problems. Powerful emphasized that the world and Biafrans worldwide have seen the incapacity of the Supreme Court and its judges, and that IPOB will monitor the situation in Nigeria during this period. Still on news updates, amid the political uncertainty rocking Rivers State that has seen 7 members of its cabinet resign in the last 24 hours. Governor Siminalayi Fubara has assured investors there is no crisis in the state. Speaking at the flag off of 20,000 housing units in the Ikwere local government area of the state, Fubara told investors that Rivers State is very safe and secure for their investments.
We come about this magic. We opened our doors for negotiation. We open our doors for free opportunities, knowing fully well that government cannot do it alone. We had to invite people that are ready to invest in our state. I make bold to say it, Rivers State is an heaven for investment. What we are doing today is to let the world know, not what you hear in the radio or what you see on your screen, the television. Rivers State is not safe, there is crisis. Rivers State is safe and secure for anybody, anywhere to come and invest. Your investment is safe in our hands. I want to thank the MD of TAP Global Africa. who didn't have any fear.
The Defense Headquarters has confirmed the death of the wanted terrorist leader Ali Kashala Kawaji, a terrorist bomb expert Machika Dan Mohammed, and 38 other terrorist commanders in Niger State airstrikes. Now, the Director of Defense Media Operations, Major General Edward Buba, disclosed this in a statement. The DHQ said it was closing in on other wanted terrorists. As Buba also said, troops arrested a prominent commander of the indigenous people of Biafra and its armed affiliate, the Eastern Security Network, Uchechukwu Akwa. Now, he said the commander was arrested together with 3 other sub-commanders, namely Udoka Anthony Ude, Ikechukwu Lanta, and also Ezinaya Udewere. Northern Governor Forum has reiterated commitment to tackle the lingering insecurity, banditry, and other security challenges confronting the region. Now, the 19th Northern Governor gave the assurance at the first inaugural meeting since their assumption into office in May at Kashim Ibrahim Government House in Kaduna State. Now, the chairman of the forum, who is Governor of Gombe State, Inuwa Yahaya, said the forum commiserates with people of Tudunbiri, victims of the unfortunate bombing incident by the Nigerian Army on intended operations.
Therefore, addressing these security challenges is crucial to the overall development and well-being of our region. In this regard, all the 19 Northern Governors stand united in our commitment to addressing those challenges through enhanced collaboration with security agencies, strengthening local law enforcement, community engagement, and dialogue, and the adoption of modern technology, legal and administrative reforms, as well as addressing the root causes of insecurity, such as poverty, unemployment, and deepening social inequality. It is my firm belief that by leveraging on our collective strengths, we can design a regional development plan that is compatible with our present realities and future aspirations.
They commend the federal government for tackling insecurity, stressing the need to intensify efforts in addressing the challenges.
Governors of the 19 northern states, while commending the federal government for renewed vigor in the redoubling our region, security and development are intricately connected, and we must approach them collectively. Without security, there will be no development, because investors can only invest in an environment where their assets and resources are secure. Critical infrastructure like roads and bridges, as well as human capital investment in education, healthcare, can only be flourished in an atmosphere of peace and security.
Now, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Adamawa State Command has recorded a total seizure of 1,840 kilograms of hard drugs in the year 2023. As at 14th December, the command arrested 351 drug offenders and made a forfeiture of 821,270 naira to federal government of Nigeria. Adamawa State NDLEA Commander Femi Agbolu disclosed this to newsmen.
In terms of seizure, we have been able to record various kind of seizures ranging from cannabis sativa, methamphetamine, or what is known as ice. In the southeast of the country is called Umpurumiri. We've been able to also record psychotropic substances in the form of tramadol, diazepam, Exo-5, Rohypnol, codeine-based syrup, pentazocine. So somebody relapsing is not to be condemned, is to be empathized. Show love. Don't hate him because he's not with his normal senses. In our counseling here, we do it both physically and spiritually. On the physical aspect, of course, we bring them out telling them their coping skill, don't do this, don't do that. The spiritual aspect of it, the Christians among them, we bring them, they join us in our fellowship every Wednesday. And of course, we bring in the pastors who will tell them where it is written in the Holy Scripture, don't do this. Your body should not be used for drugs.
Now we move on to other parts of Africa. The Court of Justice of the Economic Committee of Community of West African States, ECOWAS, on Friday has ordered the immediate release of Mohamed Bazoum, Niger's president, who has been held captive since the coup that overthrew him on July 26, and that of his family. The court orders the defendant, the military authorities in Niamey, editors note, to release all the applicants immediately and also unconditionally, said the judge who deliberated in Abuja. Now, Mohamed Bazoum has been recruited in this presidential residence with his wife, Aziza, and his son, Salim, since he was overthrown by a coup d'etat on July 26. Now, in mid-September, the deposed president appealed to ECOWAS Court of Justice for his release and restoration of constitutional order in the country. Now moving straight out to South Africa, Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban on Friday stood by his decision to veto a €50 billion aid package for Ukraine, and also said he could still halt Kyiv's accession to the bloc after membership talks were given the green light. At a summit in Brussels on Thursday, other European Union leaders bypassed objections from Orban by getting him to leave the room while they took the historic step of agreeing to start a session negotiation with a country at war. Now, but they could not overcome resistance from Orban, who maintains close ties to Russia, to revamp of the bloc's budget, to channel vital financial support to Ukraine, and also provide more cash for other EU priorities such as managing migration. The breakthrough on membership path came at a critical time for Ukraine, with its counter-offensive against Russian invasion forces having failed to make a major gains, and with US President Joe Biden so far unable to get a $60 billion package for Kyiv through the US Congress. And straight to business, Nigeria's headline inflation rate rose to 28.20% in November 2023 compared to 27.33% in October 2023. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, reported a 0.87% increase in the headline inflation rate compared to October 2023. The food inflation rate also was higher, reaching 32.84% year-on-year, 8.72% higher than the previous year. The average annual rate of food inflation for the 12 months ending November 2023 was 27.09%, a 6.68% increase from the previous year. And lastly, in sport, Pep Guardiola's say Erling Haaland is out for the Club World Cup, with the strikers set to miss Manchester City's home game against Crystal Palace on Saturday. City's top scorer, who has scored 19 goals this season, missed last weekend's win at Luton and the midweek victory over Red Star Belgrade with a foot injury, and also has been receiving treatment in Marbella in southern Spain. Now, Haaland reported back to City on Friday, and manager Guardiola said he would be assessed by club doctors before a decision was made on his availability. Now, reigning European and English champions Man City are due to travel to Saudi Arabia after Saturday's match as they seek to add the Club World Cup to last season's trophy treble. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plosive Africa and Plosive Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Olubobokun, and thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nobody go ask if you don't chop. Nobody go send you free money. If you not get now, you sabi. Adulthood na scam.
Adulthood Na Scam is a popular song depicting the travails of being an adult and the responsibility that comes with it. There is no time the enormity of the responsibility dawns more than after graduation. After graduation is the time to make use of and put into practice the knowledge gained by students. However, the current higher education system is still struggling to bridge the gap between school and the workplace for students. The needs of the workplace differ, and something as simple as writing a CV is not taught in the classroom. How to apply what you have learned in school in the workplace is usually a knowledge gap that most graduates struggle with after graduation. Studying a particular course and deeply understanding the career paths available, the jobs available, the way companies and organizations operate, how to get hired, getting the relevant experience needed to get hired, knowing how to sell your skills are all parts of the puzzles that needs to be figured out by the young graduate. Abiola Ogunleye is a final year student of the University of Lagos, and he shares that he expected being in the university to be much more immersive.
I was expecting to, be in a department where, aside theory that I would learn in class, of course I expected to learn theory, history and all of that, and how to go about things, but I expected university to be like how I saw it in the movies, where you'd have real life projects to undo, you do practicals, you do carry out. So for someone that was going to mass comm, I went to do mass comm with the mindset of possibly being on radio or TV and also journalism. So with the mindset of, okay, being part of the press club, producing newspapers, covering stories in school, producing shows and hosting them in school.
Even in terms of as simple as terms, media terms. Like, we didn't learn media terms like even courts. We don't know what courts means. You understand? We don't know what, there are some terms. I'm just talking about terminologies here, like the most basic thing. So when I'm on set for a movie shoot, or because I did some radio listening, there were some terms that I did not understand. And when you check the terms, like there's some, even workshop, they make use of workshops. So sometimes I was like, what's that? And like, people are like, you don't know something as simple as your workshop or the studio or, headshots. Terminologies, just terminologies.
With a constantly evolving workforce and without a corresponding update in the school curriculum, the young people who win are those who go out of their way to learn skills required to be employable in the marketplace.
For example, in my school, we have the newspaper, we have the radio and TV, but for most of it, you have to be the one that will take the extra effort to be intentionally involved in them. You can just decide to do your coursework away from all of this and just factor it. Except in a few cases, like with the newspaper, where it's actually a course and you have to take it, but it's not compulsory if you don't want to take it. So, and mostly for folks in the print, in the public relations and other departments, there really isn't much of a way for them to practice in school. For now, it's just the newspaper, the print segment, and the broadcast segment that is in school.
TechCabal reported in 2020 that 58.9% of HND graduates are unemployed, 49.55% of OND graduates are unemployed, and 39.75% of BSc holders are unemployed. With the current Nigerian curriculum, there is an even lesser emphasis on soft skills that have gained prominence lately in the workplace. According to Rohan Rajiv, Director of Product Management at LinkedIn, in a Forbes article said, foundational soft skills have become even more important given the rise of remote and autonomous work and are growing in importance across industries, levels, and work environments.
We focus on the course itself and not the soft skills. Yeah, they try to implement it in terms of maybe when you are doing group projects, you have to collaborate with others. That's teaching you teamwork. You have to do research on your own. You have to do a couple of other things on your own. To learn all of that, it's going to be more of personal development on your own. And I think that's what, little associations here, like student associations, will now take up all of that and introduce other aspects that the school is not entirely focusing on. But when it comes to the core academic content is what schools are majorly focusing on delivering.
As many universities strive to update their curriculum and arm students with the skills they require to compete in today's labor force, the onus lies on students to take the extra effort to research, learn, and put themselves out there to get the required knowledge to survive. Some of the ways to prepare for life after school are extra research. Apart from the required coursework, developing an actual interest in what you are studying and researching the career opportunities are important. Having the right knowledge of what is required of you is the first step. This knowledge can help you make informed decisions about the right opportunities to look out for. Consider internship while in school. Even if your coursework doesn't require it, meet professionals in your industry to give you internship opportunities so you can have an experience that will help you both in your academics and when you graduate. Volunteer. Part of exposing yourself to experiences that can expand your network is to volunteer. There are many organizations, bodies that need people to volunteer. When you do, you can meet people, learn skills that will help you in the next step. Bridge your knowledge gap. There are many avenues, centers, online resources available to learn both hard and soft skills to make you more employable in the labor market. Apply for jobs while in school. Even if you don't get them, the experience would challenge you to write CVs and have an understanding of what is required in the job market when you are finally ready. Besides, who knows, you might land one and that would be the start of your career. Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawo, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. You know, that can be ridiculous. And at times, you know, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car or the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So, but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate and I get to the gate and they say call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive because that's the estate. So I'm having to navigate my way through that his own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
Sex education is just becoming more popular in Nigerian culture.